Oh wow! Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. It's Dee Dee, and I forgot to change the background today. That's okay. I can fix that. Hope everyone is doing well. Happy weekend, happy weekend, happy weekend, happy Saturday. For some of y'all, it's Saturday evening already. Good afternoon, Zon. I apologize, I'm probably gonna be coughing a little bit. I forgot to run the humidifier. Overnight / this morning, so it is very, very dry in here. I did warm-ups as best I could, but we may not get the full extent of my Monokuma voice today, alas. I slept like all morning too. I can still do the poo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo, but yes. We'll see. We'll see. I'll tell myself I'm gonna take it easy, and then at some point I just get really into it and I forget to watch my tone or watch my volume or whatever else. Might get a little easier as the room humidifies, as they call it, I believe. I nearly said rehumidifies, and then I'm like, I don't think that is the right term. Oh god, speaking of 90s though, I had to go look this up because randomly I got an opening from an older anime. Oh my god, everyone on YouTube and Twitch are playing Homie Cypher, which is apparently it's like an ultimate game and it's horror, which has caught my eye, but I'm a broke ass bitch right now. So we'll see. So many visual novels, so little time. Right. What was the name of the frickin' body? No. Oh, what's the opening again? Crawl? Velt Punch. That's who it was. I was addicted to this song. In 2008. That was later than I thought it was. I thought it was like 2005. Anyway, yes, the opening to Nobody No Oh stuck in my head randomly while I was making coffee. I'm like, what? How? I haven't listened to that song in ages. Sometimes stuff just resurfaces. It sticks, and then it doesn't let go. Can't remember how Nobody No Oh ended. I was into it for a while, and then I never finished it. Followed through with it. Something like that. If y'all are... Well, I mean, I know Blur and Zon are in the Discord. If any of y'all are not in the Discord, if you go check it out, you'll see my I do not call it DD Deku. My DD Deku mumbling over how much polychromes I need to get all of the S ranks in ZZZ that's coming out. Yeah, I sent her the screenshot and I'm like, I'm not addicted, I promise. She's like, ah, yes, DD Deku. And I'm like, oh my god, you're right. I cosplayed Deku way back when, which makes it extra perfect. All the gacha characters, all the gacha characters. I'm like, how do they keep doing this? How do they keep convincing me to roll for characters I wasn't originally interested in? And I'm like, yeah, that's just it. They're a company that specializes in making appealing characters to get your money. Of course, of course. Marketing. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. They haven't gotten me with Lighter, though. I mean, Lighter seems interesting as a character, but I'm like, no thank you. Sometimes the fans of a character will put me off more than the character themselves. Like if I'm already indifferent and I find the fans particularly grating, I'm like, I cannot remove the negative association now. I don't think Lighter's fans are horrible or anything like that. I just remember when Yanagi got announced as being in the same patch as because she got announced before Lighter, and I remember all of the fans that were excited for Lighter just ripping into her because she wasn't Lighter, and so I'm like, yeah, I don't like you guys. Sometimes the gacha players that are like, I only pull for hot men, are just as bad as the people who are like, I only pull for the hot women. It's okay, people. You can pull for characters or use characters of the same gender. It doesn't mean anything bad. Also, hello, Curdle. Good morning, afternoon, evening. It's technically afternoon. In my brain, it's still morning, because I slept, like, all morning. I was supposed to do chores, but my back really hurt. I'm trying to fix my posture, but it's one of those things, it's like, to fix your posture, you need to strengthen your core and your back, and that takes time. I think many gacha games don't have enough male characters. Yeah, I mean, that's because I think traditionally, most of the player base has been men. Like, straight men. And I mean, games geared towards women definitely do well, like super well. Please see Love and Deep Space. But they tend to get shit on by the wider community. So I don't think a lot outside of the Josei Muke stuff, like Act 3 and Idolish 7 and stuff, not a lot of stuff markets itself explicitly to women. Which is too bad. I usually like the characters and the story in those games, but they always have such garbage gameplay. Like, I loved Twisted Wonderland's story, And I was so happy it came out in English, and then I didn't really end up using it a ton. No, games that are geared towards women do absolutely sell a ton. It's just, the wider community tends to belittle them. That's all. That's all I meant. It's not that they're not successful. It's that overall, gamers think stuff geared towards women are stupid. And like that kind of stuff, so you definitely see like a very smaller but much more passionate fan base with Jose Muke / like female geared games. Cause I mean, Tears of Thamus was basically Love in Deep Space before Love in Deep Space was a thing, and that's created by Hoyoverse. But they don't market it as strongly as they do with Genshin and ZZZ and stuff. Did do well because of the female fans? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Gaming companies just like to pretend. It's still like a skewed perception that, oh my god, my brain blanked for a second. It's still a skewed perception that male gamers are the most passionate, blah 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 blah. Arguably, I'd say they're probably the most vocal in terms of like what they like or their opposition. Women tend to engage a lot in fan works. So like dojin and fan art and like AMVs and that stuff, like all of those that get really popular. Not all of them are created by women, obviously, but there's a higher chance. Because women tend to engage in fan works with a series they like more than just men. It used to be men were like the ones that bought all the stuff, and women were the ones who made all the stuff. But now it's kind of blurred. Now it seems like women tend to buy a whole bunch of small things. Men are the ones that go for the figures. That used to be the perception / the statistics. But this was like, I had read this in an article from like 8+ years ago, so it might have changed. Gacha games weren't like a force to be reckoned with 8 years ago. I heard that women would buy more merch while men would buy more polls. That does make sense. I mean, all of those like shitty can badges that you see released with everything are purely for people to put in their Ita bags. And I don't think I've ever seen a dude with an Ita bag. Queer or otherwise. Like, I'm trying to think of my male friends who fashion taste skews a little more towards non-conforming gender expressions, and I don't think any of them have Ita bags, so. I do know they have like shrines to some of their favorite characters, like Toko, who like you guys see in chat sometimes and we raid fairly frequently. I know he has a shrine for his favorite character, which, well, people like of all genders do that, but you definitely hear about that being more of a female gamer anime fan thing. Oh my god, yeah, Love Live School Idol Festival was really popular. Oh yeah, there's lots of female-focused stuff. Yeah, my point was that there aren't a lot of female-focused games or like whatever else, just for whatever reason, they tend to be much more underground than other gacha games, especially in the West. Like, there are so many otome, like, slash josei muke gacha games that I know of that are in Japan that I've known of for years, but they're not available in English at all. Like, N-Stars finally came out in English, but that's been around for like 10 years or something like that. It's been around forever. There's like a hero one as well that I know has been around forever. They are just coming out with an anime for another one that I've known's been around forever. It's the magic one. Oh god, I can't remember its name. Never said it was that way. Oh yeah, no. I'm not saying... Sorry. I didn't mean to imply you were saying something along those lines or disagreeing with me. I was just, like, re-emphasizing my point. Sorry. Less English translated, but lots of BL or josei? Correct, yes. Like, I don't know if, like, if we did a market survey in the West, if you would get enough responses to justify it. I feel like you might. Like I said, like, it's one of those, like, small but passionate fan base kind of things. Like, I'm not sure why a lot of this stuff doesn't get out of Japan, but it is what it is, I suppose. It's too bad though, because yeah, I did enjoy Act 3, just... Again, the gameplay is terrible. Like, it is, like, just like a collectathon for, like, cards and stuff like that. But when there's no actual meat in the game either, it's like, man, this is kind of depressing. Alright. Boo 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 boo. Time to poo 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 poo. Boo hoo hoo. One big stretch. Also fix my posture. I need to stop sitting like a gremlin or I am never going to fix my back. Don't be like me. Sit properly. But also I'm neurodivergent spicy brain, so the floor is lava. No shrimp here. Hi, Art. How's it going? Let's see. Oh, that is coming out of my headphones. Holy shit, the game's just very loud. Okay. God, Danganronpa. The auto balance in this game kills me. You're beyond amazing. Well, that's awesome. Danganronpa blasting into the years. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're the one I was thinking of then. Because I was telling, I was yapping in the DD Discord that when Xenoblade X came, the re-release was announced, I was like, who was it in our chat that was like super into Xenoblade X? I hope whoever it was is like thriving right now. Yeah, I just could not remember who it was that I knew was in our chat. Being the Xenoblade guy is quite high for me. The Xenoblade X guy specifically, because yeah, I was like, there's someone who said they loved it. Yeah, no, I couldn't remember that it was you, Art, that really loved Xenoblade X, but I was excited on your behalf when I saw it, in spirit. Now you love the whole series and Xeno X is the one you gotta play? Ah, gotcha. I have too many Xeno people in my chat, apparently. I can't keep y'all straight! It was beyond hype, though. Understandable. Da-da-da-da. Damn. God. Finding with the volume a bit. God. Ah. Silence. What? Oh, that's reset. Okay. Alright, that's much better. Oof. Alright. I can bring you guys over here now that it's not blowing out my frickin' eardrums. I had to like drop the settings so frickin' low for the audio. And I'm pretty sure once the game starts, it's gonna be pretty quiet. The audio balancing in these PSP era games is not great. Let's see, where? Investigation morning. That seems about right. Is there anything else? Whoops. Didn't mean to scroll all the way down. Alright, there we go. And I swear to God, it reset itself. I hate the volume in this game. But it is what it is, I suppose. Gotta relearn all the controls now. Shush. Open handbook is the F1 key. see, it jumped back up again. Why? I love how you can lower the BGM volume all the way down to, like, basically 0. And it's still got a whole bunch of noise. This game is bananas. Alright. Now I can raise the desktop audio. Hopefully that's a good balance for you guys. I really hate having my games loud, so... I'm a cat, you know? We got these big sensitive ears. Byakuya, about that Genocide Jack case file. Could you let me see it?
That's fine.
Well, you did beg, but I guess it's okay. Who is my favorite character so far, by the way? Trying to think now. I really like Celeste. I really like Sakura. And I really like Kyoko. Feel free to look at it in here, but you can't take it with you. Hey, it's the Death Note! Byakuya handed me the file, and I flipped through it with tense, nervous fingers. Suddenly, my hand stopped. I had reached the page where photos from the scene of each crime had all been collected. Damn. Let's see. Victim, Ken Harada, office worker, 32. Murder took place in the parking lot of the victim's apartment complex. Victim suffered multiple stab wounds across his body, believed to have been inflicted with the same scissors used to later attach him to the wall. And then for the other dude, same thing, the parking lot of his apartment complex, okay? Ken Harada, 32. Tetsuro Honda, 17. Yikes. Shoji Gaku, 23. Kano Issei, 14. Oh boy. Takeshi Yoshida, 30. Komatsuna Taro. Takefumi Gono. Uchida Naohisa. Takeshi Masamune. Yuto Yumejima. There was no end to it. Only character you sort of remember liking was Celeste? I feel ya. I feel like Celeste and Toko were the most memorable. Toko, Celeste, and Sakura, I think, are the most memorable characters from the first Danganronpa, along with Junko. I know the characters in the second game have a much stronger presence in the wider community. Your favorite was Toko? Fair enough, yeah. Junko was also great, yeah. She made quite the impact. But one thing became perfectly clear as I read. All of the killers' countless victims were killed and suspended in exactly the same way. And at the scene of every murder, the word bloodlust was left in the victim's own blood. Now, take a look at the next page and you'll find another interesting tidbit. The next page? Recycled. Profiling results? All of the crimes took place either on weekdays at night or during holidays, either day or night. The most common time for killings to take place was on holidays in the afternoon. Based on these facts, it could be suggested that the suspect may be a student. Evidence suggests that the suspect lingered at the scene, but when they did leave, they were in a panic. Because an eyewitness has never came forward, it's unlikely that there was any external reason for this. This confused behavior suggests that the suspect may potentially suffer from dissociative identity disorder.
So, in other words,
the key point here is the culprit may well have a split personality. Hey, that's no longer acceptable to say, buddy. Like the kind of thing you see on TV? So I'm part of another totally unbelievable story. But this one is way more unbelievable than anything else up until now. Or maybe it really isn't. I don't know. I feel like my mind has gone numb. Alright, we should get going soon. Huh? Where are we going? Anywhere but here. We've finished our business here, haven't we? What, you don't want to make out in the secret file room? Wait, Byakuya! As usual, Byakuya turned and left without another word. I hurried out of the library to catch up. Well, this is where we part ways. I have some things I need to take care of before the class trial. Huh? Just all of a sudden like that? Come on, enough of your annoying misapprehensions. Did you really think we'd be together the whole time? Take responsibility for yourself and do something useful. Move the investigation forward on your own.
Goodbye.
Well, bye. And just like that, he was gone. Just as quickly as he asked me to join him, he'd cut me off. In the end, I felt like I was just some plaything getting tossed around. At the same time, I'd uncovered some really important clues thanks to him. Genocide Jack. He's the one that killed Chihiro. And that murderous fiend is one of us. But who is it? I have to find that out no matter what it takes. I don't know, maybe it's the person who said they wouldn't let Genocide Jack out again and shut themselves up in their room. To do that, there's somewhere I have to go investigate one more time. I have to go back to the crime scene. The girls' locker room. I should check the boys' locker room too. And the others might have come up with some info I might find useful while I'm at it. I need to find out everything I can. Alright. Doodle. It's 2B, so we're definitely on the second floor already. We just need to find... Whoops, library? There we go. Bum, 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 bum. Hi, Hifumi. Hifumi has discovered evidence revealing the identity of the culprit.
I feel as if...
Another stat increase for me. Evidence? What did you find? I cannot reveal that just yet.
That's it. I'm sure.
But I guarantee that what I found will steal the killer's breath from his lungs. Are you sure about that? Oh yeah, Miss Lunenburg said she'd witnessed something worthwhile too. Really? What did she see?
Well, it would seem.
She refused to tell me. It's like when a girl bullies the boy she likes, right? Right? Okay, so where's Celeste now? The warehouse by the dorms. She was there, but at the same time, not there. What's it gonna be? A good question, huh? Huh, this poster. It's a popular boy band called Tornado. Oh, it's a parody of Arashi! Ah! It just hit me. Cause, Arashi means storm? They were super popular idol boy band in, like, the early 2000s. They were under, like, was it Johnny Productions before, like, that whole company imploded? Somehow it doesn't quite seem to fit in the boys' locker room. What are you talking about? Boys can like idols. You're being sexist, my boy. There's a strange stain on the carpet. What is it? Well, I know what it looks like. Oh, that's to the pool, okay. Whoops. Someone pooped on the carpet? I was gonna say, that's what it looks like. Like, that's the kind of stain my cats leave on the carpets, when they've got, like, clean-ons. I doubt that's what it is, but with this game, who the heck knows? Like, honestly. It's the bloodstained poster. The blood is the most noteworthy part, but the big-breasted swimsuit model is pretty noticeable, too. A girl's locker room doesn't seem like the kind of place you'd find something like this. Again, girls can like booba, too. Oh, but wait, that reminds me. The poster in the other locker room is... That's right. There's definitely something strange about this. In the boys' locker room, there's a poster of a popular boy band. In the girls, there's a poster of a big-breasted swimsuit model. Could the posters have been switched? But if they were, why? What reason would anyone have? Maybe I should talk with someone who knows a little more. Hey, Sakura! You spend a lot of time exercising in the girls' locker room, right, Sakura?
Of course.
I've used it nearly every day since it opened up. Sometimes Hina and I use it together. Okay then, let me ask you something. Do you think the posters in the boys' and girls' locker rooms could have been switched?
I'm sorry.
Sorry. I can't really say. I never paid any attention to the posters. Really? You didn't even notice them once? Like, just as, like, a passing glance? I see.
However...
But there is something that's been bothering me. You see, I like to drink a little protein coffee every time I finish exercising. Protein coffee! Protein coffee. I've heard of having, like, coffee as, like, pre-exercise? Like a pre-exercise drink? But I don't know about putting, like, protein powder in coffee. I mean, protein powder on its own is usually pretty gross. I like to drink a little protein coffee every time I finish exercising. They have protein coffee? In the warehouse. It's not the highest quality, but I don't have a lot of other options. I mix protein powder with coffee and down a glass of it after exercising. Ah! Gotta hit the protein and caffeine at the same time, apparently. Sakura, you should know better, though. Then again, I don't think the science was out at this point. Now there's like science saying protein powder technically isn't effective. Not without certain caveats. Because our bodies can't actually process straight up protein, so it needs to be in the presence of other biological like food factors for our bodies to absorb it properly. So if you don't have protein with like yogurt or like dairy or something like that at the same time, basically you're just pissing it out. You're just spending money for nothing. That's what, because I used to work in a apothecary that had dietitians on staff, and that's what they told me. Anyway, the other day I spilled some on the carpet in the girls' locker room, and it left a stain. A stain? But I don't see any stain on the carpet now.
Of course.
Exactly. I noticed it earlier. The stain has disappeared. I can only assume when someone came along and cleaned it up. But still, isn't it unusually clean? As if there was never a stain here to begin with. Yeah, so... Fortunately, no one pooped on the carpet. It's just Sakura with her nasty coffee. Hey, Kyoko. Have you made any progress on your investigation?
Indeed.
Generally speaking.
However,
But I have to get going. I have something unrelated to take care of. Oh, I see. Okay. I just don't matter to you anymore. I see how it is. Something besides the investigation? What is it?
well,
Nothing you need to worry about. Just concentrate on the murder. But,
so then,
before I go, let me give you one piece of advice. You should examine Chihiro's body one more time. Thoroughly. Also, her handbook is missing. You might want to determine its whereabouts.
goodbye.
That's it. I'll be praying for your success. With that, Kyoko turned and left the girls' locker room. I guess I'll take another look at the body then. And Chihiro's handbook is missing. That's definitely worth worrying about. Kyoko said I should examine the body one more time. I know she said thoroughly, but I do have my limits. Well, I better give it a shot anyway. Let's see. Chihiro's hands are bound with what looks like some kind of rope. The rope was used to prop her up in a kind of crucifix position. The rope has a plug? Wait, so then this isn't a rope at all. But the more I think about it, the more that's not the only thing that concerns me. Chihiro's fatal injury was the blow to the head, which means someone struck her in the head in order to kill her. That's right. There's the issue of her being suspended and the fatal blow. At first, I didn't see any reason to think too much about either of them. But seeing them again after looking through the Genocide Jack file, something's not quite right. What does this all mean? It means somebody staged the crime scene. Probably. Status of the dead body has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. Well, the one thing most likely to tie all these mysteries together is the true nature of the rope that was used to suspend Chihiro. And to figure that out, there's a certain place I need to revisit and look over again. Plus, it might help to look at the Genocide Jack case file one more time. Alright. Hey, Mondo. Dude had a real complex about being weak. Dude? You heard Chihiro talk about it, right? All, I need to get stronger! Yeah, I do remember she said that more than once. Sure did, which I guess explains the trip down here. But did you really need to get stronger that badly? You already mentioned it, but she was a girl after all. Most girls aren't all that strong. Excuse you, Makoto. I don't know, man. I haven't really thought about that stuff. Chihiro's complex, where did it come from? Wow, Makoto, right? I mean, this was made in the early 2000s. There's so much stuff that would not fly nowadays. I mean, some people do still stick to the biological gender essentialism, blah 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 blah. But don't be like that. Alright. Let's go back to the library. Because obviously, that's the extension cord Byakuya's been using. What do you mean? Huh? The lamp won't turn on. Oh, I see. It's not plugged in. The lamp's cord isn't long enough to reach the outlet from here. But last time I saw it, it was definitely on. And it was definitely right here. Oh, that's right! Byakuya was using an extension cord. But there's no extension cord here now. I wonder if... Yup. Byakuya's a freak! I mean, surprising no one. I know it was around here somewhere. Huh? It's gone! Did someone take it out of the archive? But the only one who would do something like that... I can't think of anyone but Byakuya. What a stellar individual, that Byakuya. Alright. What else? Oh, Celeste. Celeste told Hifumi she saw something, but not what. So let's go look for Celeste. In here? No. Oh, there she is. So down the hallway. Celeste, what are you doing here? This warehouse is amazing. It has absolutely everything one might need to live a full life. From food to clothes to towels. There's an endless supply to choose from. I see that, but have you found anything related to the case? Hi, Jambola. Did anyone die yet? Chihiro died last time we played, so now we're doing the investigation.
Most unfortunate.
I knew you were going to ask me that. Makoto is killing feminism? He sure is, I mean. I thought talking about the warehouse itself might misdirect you, but I see it was pointless. Then, did you find something? Very well, I will tell you, and only you.
Actually,
Last night, I saw her here. Chihiro was in the warehouse. What? Really?
indeed.
This was right before nighttime.
What are you doing out this late?
Oh, I was just...
Are you planning to go exercise, perhaps?
What? How did you know?
Because I can see a blue track jacket sticking out of that duffel bag you're carrying.
Oh, you're right. Thanks. Well, I'd better get going. I'm kind of in a hurry.
She stuffed the jacket into her bag in a hoodie. It was almost like she was trying to hide it. And just like that, she was gone.
Yes, indeed.
I assumed she was merely stocking up to go exercise in the morning, but it would appear she ignored the nighttime rule and headed directly to the girls' locker room. If she hadn't broken our rule, none of this would ever have happened. You get what you deserve, I suppose. Damn, bitch! So apparently, she went to the girls' locker room late at night in order to exercise without anyone knowing. But the strange thing is, there was no trace of the track jacket or duffel bag Celeste said she saw Chihiro carrying. Which would mean the killer would have gotten rid of it somehow. All kinds of stuff piled up everywhere. Okay.
Actually, indeed.
Oh, it's the same thing again.
Oh,
Whoops,
are
whoops,
you
whoops,
what?
whoops,
Because-
whoops,
oh,
whoops,
well-
whoops.
Yes.
Alright. This is Toko's room. Alright, fine. The dump, but with the gate in the way, can't get inside. There's nobody left who could do what Leon did. True. I was just thinking, since apparently they got rid of the duffel bag and stuff. I saw Hina was in here, so... How's Toko doing? Same as before, she will come out as she just keeps on mumbling something about Genocide Jack. So, I just left her there. You left her? My head was all swimmy and I was getting pretty hungry. Oh, but don't worry, I'm gonna head back as soon as I'm done eating. Toko's not exactly pleasant, but I'm still worried about her. Speaking of which, what are you eating? A donut, of course! There's two things I'm sure God created, outer space and donuts. Really? I bet Chihiro would have liked to eat more donuts. Maybe that was her one big regret. Aw, I should have tried to spend more time with her. Come to think of it, who did she spend time with?
Well...
Yeah, she was a little bit strange. She didn't really hang out with the other girls much. It was like she was trying to keep her distance from us. Actually, Sakura said something similar. She said that even though you and her invited Chihiro to exercise with you, she always refused.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, it's true. And it wasn't just us either. It was like she stayed away from all the girls. Was she just shy? I don't know. She talked to the boys all the time. Is it kind of weird to be shy around your own sex but totally fine with the opposite? Not really. Not if you got horribly bullied by people of the same gender as you. Oh, wait, maybe she was just used to guys spoiling her. The law says you can't judge a book by its cover, right? Oh, aren't you nice? You think so? I never really saw her as that type of girl. Oh, his account. Oh, we got everything.
I'm getting tired of waiting. Shall we just plunge right in?
No.
It's the moment you've all been waiting for.
Excuse me.
The class trial. You remember where to meet, right?
Outside at the courthouse, right?
Please go through the red door on the first floor of the school.
Damn.
See you soon.
Begin the class trial, or it's about to begin. The red door is right through here. Alright, I know ad break is just about to end, but coincidentally I just ran out of coffee, so I am going to run and get something else to drink, and then it's time for the class trial. Dun 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 dun. Let's see if I remember how to do this. Let's see if I remember how to do the class trial. Alright, hold tight. Sorry, guys. The cat bread is having dark thoughts. Most ominous be right back screen. My bad. My bad. But I'm back now with more coffee. Not protein coffee. I'm not a monster like Sakura. Funny how Danganronpa has scarier. Not yet, you're not? What does that mean? No protein coffee? No protein coffee. I do have protein powder, but I put that in smoothies like a normal person. Ahem. So, is everyone ready to what? Am I blind or are we missing someone?
Yo.
Yeah, Toko's not here. And Toko is... You really don't remember? I love the vibes in this game. It's so empty and creepy. You're so you are so correct.
Come on.
Kidding! I'm just kidding. How could I forget that little nut job? She's a crucial part of the class trial this time.
What are you gonna do?
Okie dokie, I'll go ahead and drag her out of here kicking and screaming. Just one moment, please. And just like you said, a few minutes later, he reappeared, dragging Toko behind him. That's fair. I told him I didn't want to, but he forced me. I can't believe you would drag a girl around. Terrible! You're terrible! So now everyone's here, right? Okay then, hustle onto the elevator and let's get the show on the road. Poo-hoo-hoo. I'll see you guys down there. And flush.
Let's go.
So shall we get going? It's time to find out who killed Chihiro. Chihiro Fujisaki. She was so gentle, so calm and meek. Nobody had any problems with her. Someone made the choice to kill a girl like that. And that murderer is one of us. Someone standing right here. Oh hey, look who's front and center. We have no choice, right? We have to do this.
It's true.
Yes. I gave a small nod in reply. With one last deep breath, I walked towards the elevator on shaky legs. With each step forward, I could feel my heart starting to race faster and faster. As soon as everyone was on, the elevator began to descend. I couldn't get a handle on my emotions, couldn't stop speculating. The steel box sank with heavy clunking sounds deeper and deeper into the ground. And as we went deeper, the uneasiness in my heart grew bigger and bigger. The elevator was unaffected, however, and continued to descend without hesitation. Until finally, it came to a sudden stop. The frickin' laugh. What do you think? I redecorated. Isn't it so fresh? Isn't it so exciting? Don't waste our time with stupid questions. Let's get this over with.
Very nice.
Good, good. You're raring to go. Let it rip, Beyblade. I've gotta say, I don't hate it. Not at all.
Well,
Okay, then, let's get this show on the road.
thrills, chills, kills.
Alright, everyone, please find your assigned seats. And so, the curtain opened once again. A deadly judgment. A deadly deception. A deadly betrayal. Sorry, I just noticed we were getting artifacts in the corner. A deadly riddle. A deadly defense. A deadly faith. A deadly class trial! Alright. Do I even have skills? I don't think I do. Increase damage to the opponent when his statement is destroyed. Sure. That might be the only one we have thanks to Sayaka. Okay. All rise!
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one,
they get a present?
then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Okay, then. So, first off, let's talk about the murder weapon!
Yay! Hang on, I'm just gonna... Whoops, hang on. Sorry, Monokuma, you're kinda loud. First, we have to make clear what was used to deliver the fatal blow. Locker room dumbbell.
Chihiro's fatal injury. It appears it was a head wound.
According to the Monokuma file, the killer used a blunt instrument. But what kind of blunt instrument could it have been? I bet it was an iron pipe.
Missed!
That certainly would make for a powerful weapon.
Like Chihiro.
Chihiro's fatal injury. It appears it was a head wound.
According to the
The gun fires so slowly.
But what kind of blunt instrument could it have been? I bet it was an iron pipe.
Got it.
No, that's wrong.
Iggy!
Can we agree that the object that dealt the fatal blow was the dumbbell, found at the scene of the crime? It was covered in blood, and there was nothing else at the scene that could have caused that kind of injury.
And the wound on the victim's head is consistent with the shape of the dumbbell. As far as I'm concerned, there's no mistake and no room for doubt on this one.
You looked at her head wound?
Yay! That's so creepy!
Is it though? I mean, they had to do the closest thing to an autopsy.
If you don't mind, I will proceed from here. Let's move on to discussion of the culprit. Although, I believe the criminal behind this heinous act is already quite clear.
What? For real?
Chihiro's killer is the fiendish serial killer, genocide...
Incorrect. Boyo is just biased. Genocide Jack, the fiendish serial killer. But did he really kill Chihiro? Non-stop debates. Sure. Do 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 do. For this debate, lines of white noise will appear to disrupt your reactions. Your truth bullets will disappear if they hit these lines, so think of them as obstacles in your debate. But there's a way to keep this white noise from getting in your way. Press the right mouse button to attach the silencer? Oh, but if your action difficulty is set to gentle, white noise won't appear at all. I see!
The culprit is Genocide Jack. I'm sure of it. Case closed, as far as I'm concerned.
But that's impossible!
Why? What makes it impossible?
Well, I mean, come on! There's just no proof for it.
Hey, so speaking of Genocide Jack, I don't know who that is.
Yeah! Okay.
The culprit is Genocide Jack. I'm sure of it. Case closed, as far as I'm concerned.
But that's impossible!
Why? What makes it impossible?
Well, I mean, come on! There's just no proof for it.
No, that's wrong. I might know one reason he could be involved.
What?
Surprise!
I found this file while I was looking around the archive in the library. I guess it's some kind of confidential file the police put together about the Genocide Jack case.
And it's just so conveniently in our library. Weird.
What? That's kind of weird as shit, isn't it? What was something like that doing in the library?
He's got a point.
The why of it is probably more trouble than it's worth. So let's forget about that for now.
Hey, Togami!
More importantly, it outlines all the specifics of every Genocide Jack case in exceeding detail. According to the file, there appear to be 2 defining characteristics in every Genocide Jack case.
You mean your school libraries don't have in-depth details on serial murderers? Not active cases anyway. I'm sure if you looked hard enough, you might be able to find some kind of, like, non-fiction books, but...
The first is that a bloody message is found written at the scene of every murder.
Oh, that's right. Boob blood.
No. It's actually bloodlust.
But more important is the other characteristic, and it's something that has never been made public.
Hifumi! Look. He's got a one-track mind. He's stuck to his character. I can appreciate that.
Never made public? What the hell is it?
Why don't you tell them, Makoto?
The characteristic, which the world at large doesn't know. If I'm not mistaken, it has to do with the positioning.
I got it! Apparently, in every Genocide Jack case, the killer suspends the body in a certain way. Other than the killer, the only people who know about this are the higher-ups in the police department.
However, Chihiro was most definitely suspended in the same way. So, how did the culprit know about this when only high-level police officials were aware of it?
I don't know, Byakuya. Ask yourself. You're the one who knew where the file was.
There's only one logical answer I can think of. It's because the culprit in this case is the real Genocide Jack.
No fucking way!
You're saying Genocide Jack is one of us?
Yes. In fact, it's Toko.
No build up. No build up. No. No nothing. Just immediately grabs her by the braids and throws her under the bus.
What?
Genocide Jack's true identity is Toko Fukawa.
The king is a lie!
What? Hey, okay, wait, hold on a sec. Toko has like bloodophobia or whatever, remember? What kind of serial killer is afraid of blood?
Is Toko Genocide Jack? The answer is yes and no.
Another riddle. Man, why is this gotta be so complicated?
Oh, hero. It's a riddle for sure, but I feel like I understand it. What it means for Genocide Jack to be Toko, but also to not be Toko. The answer is that she's just not one person, but multiple people, right? Hangman's Gambit. Oh god. What the hell am I trying to spell here? Oh, I remember. Fuck. This is not correct at all. Some things really didn't age well, yeah. God. You can't just call people that!
Now I understand.
Though I can appreciate that.
Is it because Genocide Jack has a split personality?
Though at least in the case of the English localization, I can appreciate the fact they had to find a term that would fit within those squares. But yeah, do not just call someone a schizo. Like, that is pretty much a slur for people who are mentally ill.
Huh?
I think I read that somewhere in the file too. They thought that the suspect might have, what did they call it? Dissociative identity disorder.
See, at least they use the right, the more correct term. In, like, when they're talking just in general. Because I think DID is still the correct term nowadays. I don't think it's changed.
Oh, okay. But still, to go and say that about Miss Fukawa is...
Perfectly acceptable.
Hey, fuck you!
Toko's strange behavior after seeing the body is proof enough that she has a split personality.
The one thing that shows Toko could have a split personality... her behavior changed.
You're talking about how she started acting totally different than usual, right?
That's right. Think back. She fainted when she saw Chihiro's corpse, and then, when she woke up...
This is also not how dissociative identity disorder works. From my understanding, you don't just... the second personality just doesn't show up when you pass out. Like, it could just happen. She must have hit her head real hard. Something like that.
She was acting funny, that's for sure. That melancholy tone of hers completely disappeared.
Don't go assigning adjectives to my tone without permission.
Not to mention, once she regained consciousness and saw Chihiro's body again, she was utterly calm. In other words, within her is one personality that can't handle blood, and one that obviously can.
So when Toko trapped herself in her room, it's because she was scared of Genocide Jack?
I won't let Genocide Jack have control! I'll drive out the killer, drive out the murderous fiend!
The reason she locked herself in her room wasn't to keep other people from getting in. It was to keep her other personality from getting out.
What?
Toko was afraid. Afraid of the murderous fiend inside of her. Of killing even more people.
How? Yeah. How can you know all this?
I do believe you misunderstood her. What she's trying to say isn't, how can you know all this? No. What she wants to know is, how could you tell them?
Yeah, Byakuya, why are you such a piece of shit?
Huh?
Last night, just before Monokuma gave his motive speech, Toko and I had a strange conversation. She told me a most interesting story. She said a murderous fiend lived within her, and she was afraid it could appear and attack at any time. And that trepidation is what's caused her to have such a bleak attitude. Isn't that right, Toko?
You know, they make medication for this, girl. You know you could get on meds and suppress this, right?
This is all a lie. Right, Toko?
You said you wouldn't tell anyone.
What?
You promised. I can't believe you lied.
You have only yourself to blame. You came to me with your tragic little story. I didn't ask you to. This is the real world, not some romantic fantasy fairy tale. Besides, you broke your promise first. You said that as long as you were here, no matter what, you wouldn't let Genocide Jack kill anyone. But in spite of that promise...
Bro, it's not her. It's not her. Things don't match up. Byakuya just really wanted to get rid of Toko. I mean, I don't blame him, but...
You said if I kept my promise, you would go out with me.
Damn!
That's the only reason I promised.
How many times do I have to tell you? I never said that, but you weren't able to do it. You just couldn't resist that rush you got from killing, could you?
I tried. I swear I tried to control it.
But your efforts were useless. What a disappointment.
Jesus.
I hate you.
Well, the opening act is nearly finished. All that's left is to hear from the person in question directly.
The person you don't mean.
Well, this is convenient. Toko's body suddenly lunged backwards. A huge thud echoed across the courtroom. But in the next second...
Well, hello there. Is it me you were hoping to see?
She is absolutely bananas in the Japanese version because it's Miyuki Sawashiro going ham.
What the heck? So you figured it out, huh? Well, whatever. What are you gonna do? I'm the ultimate murderous fiend, Genocide Jack! Or better yet, let's go with Genocide Jill!
I mean, you can have a male personality inside of you even if your body is female. Genocide Jack was fine.
What the fuck is this? Toko, what happened to you?
Not Toko, that's a loser name. And what happened is a textbook split personality. So what if one of them happens to be a serial killer? You should turn a blind eye to one's faults.
So intense.
Like they say, sound in murderous mind, sound in murderous body.
That's not quite how the saying goes.
This one is so different from the one we've come to know.
Yes, well, the world is composed of a front and a back, you know. Just like how every inning has a top and a bottom, or how in the depths of every truth lives a little lie. Behind every dark and gloomy soul lives another that shines as bright as the sun!
This is the murderous fiend genocide Jack. This is beyond insane.
Miss Jack, Jill, can I ask you a question?
What's up?
She looks so cute like that if it wasn't for the foot-long tongue.
Some of us think you might be the mastermind behind our entire situation. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I'll tell you, I am the mastermind of all masterminds! Just kidding!
And it's not true?
Of course it's not true. How dare you try to link me to that creepazoid?
Ognero, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated.
And another thing, the police and government and society in the outside world are totally powerless. I mean, they just let this idiotic, bloodthirsty maniac go buck wild all over town.
Foot-long tone, foot-long tone. You've heard of fruit roll-ups? Now we've got Toko's fruit roll-up tone.
Sure, I'm a bloodthirsty maniac, but life is pain, right? To live is to hurt other people.
I don't know about that.
It's a necessary evil if you want to survive. The act of living itself causes pain for everyone.
Alright, girly. Technically, you are correct. Technically, it is next to impossible to live a life where you don't hurt anyone, ever. But that tends to be about emotional damage, not, you know, murder. When they talk about, you can't go through life without hurting someone, it's a blah blah blah, they're talking about it's impossible to please everyone and not hurt anyone's feelings, so you shouldn't be afraid to live your life because inevitably you will fuck up at some point. Not, it's okay to just kill people, I mean, you gotta cause pain. Potato, potato.
Just kidding again.
Murderous, murderado.
This should be enough to convince you. This murderous fiend is responsible for Chihiro's death.
Incorrect.
There's clearly a motive, so there should be no doubt.
Incorrect. Byakuya just wants us all to die.
A motive?
This is all just Byakuya's elaborate suicide plot.
Remember what Monokuma told us? If someone didn't murder and graduate within 24 hours, an embarrassing memory or secret would be revealed. Well, let's assume that Toko's secret was about Genocide Jack. If a secret like that came to light, Toko's life would have undoubtedly been forever ruined.
I mean, it's already ruined.
So she had a very clear motive to never have that side of herself exposed.
Interesting. Very, very, very interesting. But sorry, as much as I hate to admit it, I'm not the culprit.
But I cannot imagine anyone other than you could murder someone in such a bizarre...
Really? You people need to learn to have an imagination.
Maybe so, but nevertheless, it's the truth.
Do you really expect any of us to believe you?
Yeah. I could never believe a word you say, you monster.
Maybe. Maybe she's totally right about that, but something's still bothering me. What she said. I need to get some more details about all of this. This whole gambit of Byakuya's is so weird in this particular case, because it's like, what? What's the point?
Sorry, but I didn't kill anyone.
You say that, but do you really expect any of us to believe it?
Perhaps if you had an alibi, that would change things.
Oh, an alibi, huh? Now we're talking.
When you compare your past murders to this incident, The modus operandi matches completely. What more
Oops.
proof do we need?
I was too slow.
Give it up. You killed her.
But yeah, Byakuya's... This is a weird gambit of his. Worth it just to hear the laugh? Yeah. They never... From what I remember, they never fully get into Byakuya's motives for doing this, but it's so freaking weird because if people didn't catch on that Byakuya was just setting them all up by blaming it on Toko, they all would have died. Byakuya included. So it's like, bro, did you really think you were gonna avoid punishment from Monokuma?
Sorry, but I didn't kill anyone.
You say that, but do you really expect
It's just a
any of us
prank,
to
bro,
believe it?
literally.
Perhaps if you had an alibi, that would change things. Oh, an alibi, huh? Now we're talking.
When you compare
The one thing I hate about Danganronpa 1
modus operandi matches completely.
is most of the people who survive are literally the worst, least interesting characters.
I'm not so sure about that.
Like, I would have been so happy if Byakuya got what he deserved.
I think there's a slight difference between the Genocide Jack cases and this one.
Huh? How's it any different?
Uh-oh, you don't know? Well then, human garbage, let me tell you!
One of them who lives was literally my least favorite. Yeah, same. Good morning, Ranger.
I murder with passion and conviction. I consider myself a professional, and I have a very particular way of doing things. Imagine you go to a fancy Italian restaurant. They're very picky about the noodles, the sauce, everything. But what happened to Chihiro?
I know who you were talking about. Gee, I wonder.
It'd be like if that same Italian restaurant started using ragu or Chef Boyardee.
Oh my god, Chef Boyardee.
This is no creation of mine.
Let me rephrase that in a way that maybe makes more sense.
No, that was a perfectly valid analogy. It made sense.
There are two clear differences between the Genocide Jack cases and this one.
There's one clear difference between the murders. You're mixed on Byakuya, to be honest. You love and hate him equally? That's fair. I mean, that's the thing, right? He is very much an interesting character, and he was well written in the fact that, like, clearly he was meant to be an asshole with no understanding of, like, the normal person. And that was accomplished. But so many of the other characters were just more interesting to me, that's all. I mean, if he just stayed the asshole, and he never did this kind of setup plot with Toko, I think I could have liked him as a character. Or even if, like, he was, like, punished in some way for this, setup. Because, I mean, let's think about it. Essentially, he committed perjury in court. He lied. He lied on the stand. And tampering with a crime scene and fabricating evidence and stuff, those are all, like, actual serious crimes. So if he at least got, like, locked up in a room for, like, a while, that would have been fine. The victim's injury.
I got it! For one, the cause of death is different.
Give Sakura 30 seconds alone? Oh my boy would be... His back would crack like a glow stick.
In the Genocide Jack murders,
Like,
all the victims were killed the same
Makoto
way.
talked about, like, oh, you know, most girls aren't very strong, and, like, a lot of, like, sexist people will be like, men are naturally stronger than women. I'm pretty sure most of the girls in this game could take down Byakuya. As much as he is the prodigal son of a famous family, I don't think he has spent a second in a gym. I don't even think he knows how to throw a punch. I don't think he knows any self-defense. Celeste could take him. Aoi could definitely take him if she wanted to. She's too nice, but because she's such an athlete, she just would naturally be stronger than him if she put her mind to it. Kyoko I could see also kicking his ass. It might be more of a fair fight if it was Kyoko and Byakuya, but I feel like Kyoko is the type to have learned self-defense, so...
According to the case file,
And then Sakura could literally grab his legs and split him in half like a wishbone.
but Chihiro died from a blow to the head, right?
Ah, yes. That is remarkably different from the other murders.
Wouldn't it be strange for someone who kills the same way without fail to suddenly change their method? And there's more. One more conflicting detail.
That's right. In my recipe of murder, if the bloody message is the tortellini, then the arrangement of the body would be the pesto sauce.
Could you please stop comparing killing people to cooking?
Well, why not? Maybe she's got the Hannibal Lecter in her.
So, are you saying the other difference has to do with how the body was arranged?
That's right. The second difference is related to how she was suspended. In the photos of the other Genocide Jack cases, all the other victims were stabbed through their hands. Here you can see a clear difference in what was used to suspend her. Yeah, Byakuya used his own frickin' extension cord, like a dumbass.
They used some kind of rope to hang her up by her wrists.
What is your point?
Well, in all the previous Genocide Jack cases, something else was used to suspend them. Specifically, pairs of razor-sharp scissors.
And guess what? I used my own specially designed scissors for the murders and the arrangement. Like I said, I'm a professional, so naturally I'm very picky about the tools I use.
Toko, you should have thrown those all away.
And you know what else?
No, what?
Big Mac said there's two differences, but he's wrong.
You're calling Makoto Big Mac?
Big Mac? Are you referring to me?
Listen up, Big Mac. There's actually one more difference.
Huh?
My word, you really didn't notice? Take a look at who the victims were in each Genocide Jack case. There's a pattern there, just waiting to be discovered.
A pattern?
Figure that out, and it'll be plain as death why I couldn't have possibly killed that little lolly.
Hey! That's rude. Not just because someone doesn't have boobs doesn't mean they're a lolly. Jesus. Chihiro doesn't fit the pattern. If you look at the names of every victim, what you'll notice is...
I got it!
because Chihiro was a
Is
girl.
it because Chihiro was a girl?
Bingo! Bullseye! Right on the money!
What are you talking about?
In all the Genocide Jack cases, all the victims had something in common.
Ken Harada, 32, Tetsuro Honda, 17, Shoji Gaku, 23, blah 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 blah.
They were all guys?
Correct.
That's right! The people I kill with such passion and conviction are all adorable little men! I can't believe I said it! I'm so embarrassed!
You know, Toko's not on my favorite character list, but Genocide Jack is.
What's wrong with you?
I can't help it! I'm just a full-throttle boy-on-boy fangirl, and the movie side of me just hates it!
Wait, she's into BL? Hold on. Wonder why? Hey! What are you implying, mister? Hmm?
But now I'm on the fast track to becoming a full-fledged fan madam!
So since Chihiro was a girl and not an adorable little man, you wouldn't kill her?
Would an Italian chef suddenly start making ramen just because they're both noodles? Don't be stupid. I have too much passion and conviction to cross that line. That's the absolute reality of the one and only.
We get it. You've clearly explained your hobby and your philosophy. But that's not all there is to it. It's a different matter entirely, when you're forced to kill in order to survive.
Quiet, lowly cur!
Damn!
Lowly? Her?
She really said fuck you. Byakuya's like, I have never been spoken like this in my life.
I would never kill for a reason as petty as mere survival. And if by some fluke I did kill to survive, why would I bother with the message and arrangement? It'd make me the obvious suspect!
That does make some amount of sense.
Plus, whatever reason I have for killing, I would never leave out my prized scissors. Who would go out of their way to use a big, stupid, heavy dumbbell?
Maybe you used the dumbbell because you couldn't find any scissors in the school?
Oh, you dumbass.
Any scissors? I don't just use any scissors. I only use my own set of high-class envy of the entire world scissors!
Okay, whatever. There still aren't any in the school.
Hey, Hiro. Have you seen, Bakemonogatari?
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. That scene where Hijiri just lifts up her skirt and, like, every manner of thing comes falling out.
She's fully equipped. That's right. So I can kill anywhere, anytime. Why would I resort to dumbbells or rope when I have my trusty scissors by my side? Go ahead, tell me I'm wrong. You can't, can you? Gutter dogs, all of you.
Tell him.
Not to mention, I have no clue how to tie a good knot. So rope's totally out of the question anyway.
Oh, really?
I have no idea what's going on anymore. Could such a heinous villain really be innocent?
I regret to inform y'all that just because someone is evil doesn't mean they've committed every single crime you can pin on them.
But the body really was suspended, right? And nobody but the police knew about that.
Nobody but the police and Byakuya.
Yeah. That's why we figured it had to be the real deal and not some copycat killer or whatever.
Actually, hold on. There is one person. One person who could have copied the Genocide Jack cases. Gee, I wonder who it is. Where's that asshole? There he is!
Here's my answer. Byakuya, it's possible you could have found out, isn't it? You'd have no problem gaining access to classified government documents or internal police records. Plus, you'd already looked through the Genocide Jack file before this all happened, hadn't you?
Cat what? Cat got your tongue?
Are you saying Mr. Togami did it?
Then the reason he pushed the theory of Genocide Jack being the killer so hard was because he wanted to pin the crime on her.
So, he rearranged the scene to disguise it and make it look like I put my stamp on it. The adorable glasses man was behind it all. Oh, I'm on fire!
Oh boy. boy.
Well, Byakuya, what's your response?
I see. So now the suspicion falls on me. Then I must ask, when would you say I began acting suspicious? Surely you must have an answer.
Looking back and thinking about it now,
Bro's always been suspicious.
the way you were acting right before we discovered the body was a little strange.
And the locker rooms. They're suspicious. Very suspicious indeed. Why? Huh? Suspicious? Seems nobody searched the locker rooms. Let's start with the girls.
You wanted to go to the girls' locker room right away, right? But since you're a guy...
I should have naturally thought of the boys' locker room first. Is that what you want to say? The victim was Chihiro, a girl. Hence why I said we should check the girls' locker room.
But we didn't know Chihiro was the victim yet.
Nothing strange about that, I'd say.
On the contrary, there's something very strange.
You tripped the fuck up, Togami.
Okay then, what's so strange about it? Go ahead, share with the rest of the class.
There's a clear contradiction in what Byakuya just said. I need to make it clear to everyone. Non-stop debates. New element, sure. A truth flashback? If you aim at a weak spot and hold down the left mouse button, then you'll memorize the weak spot. The most memorized phase can only be shot once as a single truth bullet. If you shoot or change your truth bullet, it will disappear. Okay. You'll just have to use your keen wits? Great.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body. But he was acting weird... how?
If you're presented with the opportunity to check out the girls' locker room,
You absolutely take it.
He fooled me.
Natural reaction for any guy.
Don't be like that.
The victim was Chihiro, who was a girl. So of course I would suggest we check the girls' locker
I was too
room
slow.
first. There was no time for pointless distractions. What's so strange about that?
I wish you'd taken me with you.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird.
Da 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 da.
But he was acting weird... how?
If you're presented with the opportunity to check out the girls' locker room,
You absolutely take it. That's a natural reaction for any guy.
The victim was Chihiro, who was a girl. So of course I would suggest we check the girls' locker room first. There was no
Was that
time
the
for
right one?
pointless distractions. What's so strange?
I don't
about
think
that?
so. Okay, fuck.
I wish you'd taken me with you.
Okay. We'll give it a try.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body. But he was
Ah,
acting
crap.
weird...
Too slow?
If you're presented with the opportunity to check out the girls' locker room,
You absolutely take
How do I fast forward? Hold the control key.
that's unnatural.
The victim was Chihiro. So of course I would suggest we check the girls' locker room.
There was no time. What's so strange?
I wish you'd taken me with you.
Yeah, let's go.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of
Damn
weird
it.
before we found the body.
Ah! Leave me alone.
So, you said Byakuya was acting... but he was acting...
If you're presented with the opportunity to...
That's a natural
The victim was Chihiro, who was so of course I would suggest we check the girls' locker room first. There
Oh,
was no
wait,
time
hold
for
on.
Pointless distraction.
What's so strange?
I wish you'd taken me with you. So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body. But he was acting weird.
If you're presented with the opportunity to... That's unnatural!
The victim was Chihiro.
Ah, crap!
So of course, I would suggest we check the girls' locker. There was no time for pointless distraction. What's so strange about that?
You wish you'd taken me with you?
That's not what I meant to do!
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body. But he was acting weird. How?
If you're presented with the opportunity to check out the... That's unnatural!
The victim was Chihiro.
Oh,
Who was a
fine.
girl.
So I do have to...
Shoot!
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body. But he was acting weird.
If you're presented with the opportunity to... That's unnatural!
The victim was Chihiro.
Ah, crap!
Of course, I would suggest we check the girls' locker room.
There was no time. What's so...
It's annoying that it's, just click left to fire?
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body. But he was acting weird.
If you're presented with the opportunity to... That's unnatural reaction!
The victim was Chihiro.
There we go.
No, it's wrong.
Jesus.
I'll tell you what's so strange about that.
Get him, Makoto!
Because up until we actually discovered the body, we couldn't have known who the victim was. So your claim that you went to the girls' locker room first because Chihiro was the victim doesn't hold up.
Fuck him up!
I see. That's a good answer, I must admit. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. But your reasoning is still too weak.
Really now?
Huh?
What's wrong? Is that it? Surely you've got more than that. Go ahead. Show us.
What's with Byakuya's attitude? It's like... doesn't even care. I've got him cornered, but he's acting like it has nothing to do with him.
What's the matter? You're not finished already, are you? There must be more to it.
There is. I think.
There is more to it. Think about it. We just talked about the differences between this case and past Genocide Jack incidents. The proof you're looking for is hidden in there.
Oh? Proof that I'm the culprit, you mean?
Oh, proof that you're an asshole who messes with crime scenes. The difference between this case and other Genocide Jack murders.
What? The difference between the cases? You want me to explain it again? When I want to kill, I use my very own, and I use those same scissors to arrange the body.
But
Oh,
Chihiro
crap.
was suspended with. It was some kind of...
That's right!
Then there must be something.
Hey, Byakuya.
Where'd you get...
I've never seen that.
That rope before in my life. Obviously, somebody else
Must have had it hidden away somewhere.
Don't be a piece of shit, Byakuya!
What? The difference? You want me to explain it again? When I want to kill, I use my very own, and I use those same scissors.
But Chihiro, it was some kind of rope.
That's right! It absolutely...
Then there must be something very.
Hey, Byakuya, where'd you get...
I'd never seen that rope before in my life.
No, that's wrong.
Fuck you, Byakuya!
Actually, I'm pretty sure you have seen it before. Because you see, that rope, or should I say, that extension cord?
What? An extension cord?
How did no one else notice?
Byakuya, you've used the extension cord in the library more than once, haven't you? And the same extension cord that was in the library all this time went missing after the murder. And there's no way someone who uses that extension cord as much as you do wouldn't discover that fact.
Then Byakuya must be the one who took the extension cord. I can't imagine any other possibility.
Rip.
That's really what you think? Then your conclusion is something like this? I killed Chihiro in the girls' locker room, then hung her up and wrote that bloody message. I intentionally made it look like Genocide Jack was behind it. Is that about right?
He's doing it again. He's totally calm. Totally unconcerned. As if he's not even involved. Wait! Not even involved?
What's wrong? I asked you if you think that's what happened.
Hell yes, that's what happened. So that's it, right?
I don't disagree with not disagreeing.
Thanks.
He kept calling this a game, right? So he'd be totally willing to do something like this to win.
Japan's National Route 339 is notable for having a staircase in the middle? I need to see a photo of this. Let's see. Oh! Okay. This is misleading then. So basically, the highway ends at a staircase because to go up to the observatory, you have to take the stairs because the path is too narrow up the mountain. So technically, it continues. But the route 338 turns into 339, which is the pedestrian walkway. So the question is slightly misleading. It's not like there's a stairs right in the middle of it.
Sorry, but could we hold on just a second? I think we need to talk about this a little more.
Huh? Do we really need to? We've already decided who did it.
Yeah, but if you're wrong... If you're wrong, then, you know...
I know, but still. There's something that's still bothering me.
Is that right? And what, pray tell, is still bothering you?
Get fact-checked, Frosty. We still love you, of course. Technically, it is correct. It's just a little misleading because the way it says is notable for having a staircase in the middle of the highway. It makes it sound like there's a stair in the middle of the road when that's not the case. By middle, it's like, you know, it's like at the end of the highway, basically.
I killed her in the girls' locker room, then disguised my crime. Specifically, I dressed it up to make it look like it was the work of a homicidal psychopath. What about all that bothers you?
Wait! What was that just now? Something's not right. Chihiro was definitely found in the girls' locker room. But does that mean... Can I really just accept what Byakuya said as the truth? No, I don't think so. There's definitely something off about what he said. Scene of the crime?
I got it! You say you killed Chihiro in the girls' locker room, but are you sure about that? Isn't it possible that the murder took place somewhere else?
How disappointing. What kind of question is that? Even in the world of disappointments, this is a true letdown.
I'm about to cross the courtroom and slap you in the face, bro.
She was found dead in the girls' locker room. There is absolutely no question about that. How could the scene of the crime have been anywhere else?
Well, I think it's entirely possible that she was killed somewhere else, then carried there later, along with the rest of the murder scene.
Byakuya is so weird.
The rest of the murder
Yeah,
scene?
the rest of the murder scene.
That was awfully specific. Please tell me you have a reason for saying all of that.
Oh, Byakuya, what's wrong? Are you in the dark? Did you get left out of the loop? Are you not as smart as you want us to think?
I believe I do.
Get fucked. Hey, Byakuya, did I just take you off guard? When the story suddenly moved to the crime scenes, Byakuya, who'd been so confident up till now. Maybe Byakuya never even realized that the actual scene of the crime could have been somewhere else.
Hey, don't just move on without permission. What do you mean she was killed somewhere else?
Come on, Makoto. If there's any chance the murder took place somewhere else, let's see the proof.
Okie dokie. I mean, if that's what you want, that's what you get. There was something that was switched.
I got it! The proof that she was killed somewhere else is the poster that's hanging in each locker
I always
room.
love seeing them frazzled. It is nice when a character you're not particularly fond of gets what's coming to them.
Your proof is some posters?
The poster in the girls' locker room was a picture of a big-boobed supermodel. But don't you think that's kind of strange? Why would the girls' locker room have a poster like that?
I bet those massive jugs of hers were totally fake!
I mean, you're not wrong, but you can't just say that.
Meanwhile, the boys' locker room had a poster of the super popular boy band Tornado. Again, that doesn't really seem to belong in a boys' locker room.
Come on now. Boys can like idols. Boys can like boy idols. Don't be like that.
So you're saying that maybe the posters were switched?
And there's one other thing I noticed about the locker rooms.
This just feels so much silly now that you hear it again. Yeah, it's a very silly setup.
Right, Sakura?
You're referring to my protein coffee, aren't you?
Protein coffee?
That's right, Hifumi.
While I was in the girls' locker room earlier, I spilled some protein coffee on the carpet. But I noticed that after the murder, the stain had been totally scrubbed away.
No, it's not that the stain was scrubbed away. It was moved. Doo-doo.
I got it! The stain on the girls' locker room carpet wasn't scrubbed away. In fact, I found it on the boys' locker room carpet.
That's definitely the stain from my protein coffee.
Then, does that mean that the carpets were switched too? But why would anyone do that?
To move the murder scene from one locker room to the other. It's certainly plausible, don't you think? What?
Yeah.
In other words, in order to completely swap the scene of the crime, the bloodstained poster and carpet were moved along with the dead body. By doing this, the killer was able to change the entire room where the murder took place.
I can certainly follow your reasoning, but why would the culprit bother doing that?
Huh?
Why would they go through all that trouble of switching the scene of the crime? Actually, an even bigger question. If the murder did take place in the boys' locker room, then how did Chihiro get in the boys' locker room in the first place? To get into the locker rooms, you have to swipe your e-handbook across the card reader device. But Chihiro's handbook should have only allowed her access to the girls' locker room.
Yeah, about that.
She had no way to get into the boys' locker room to begin with.
No, she did have a way, and I can tell you what it was.
I highly doubt it.
Damn.
Shut up! I'm telling you, I know how she could have done it.
Was he right? Could Chihiro really have gone into the boys' locker room somehow? I mean, with the e-handbook, yes. But apparently, if anyone of the incorrect gender was trying to get to the through the door, they were supposed to be turned into Swiss cheese.
Gotten into the boys' locker room somehow.
Ah, I got it! She must have hacked her e-handbook. She was the ultimate programmer, after all. I'm sure that would have been no... No, I don't think that's it. She used the thing that was in the main hall.
Huh? What thing?
I'm talking about Leon's handbook, of course. If she
Damn
had
it!
that, she could get into the boys' locker room no problem.
Is it really possible? Could Chihiro really have...
I got... She must have hacked her... She
Was
the
too
ultimate-
slow.
It would have been no... Yeah, I don't... She used the thing that... Huh? I'm talking about Leon's handbook, of
Ah!
course. If she had that, she could get into the
Hiro
boys'
being
locker
really
room no
smart about this is the weirdest thing.
Really possible? Could Chihiro really have...
I got... She must have hacked her... She was the ultimate code.
Because he's supposed to be stupid as bricks.
Yeah, I don't think that she used the thing that... Huh? What? I'm talking about Leon's handbook. No, it's wrong.
So the fact he knows about the broken handbooks
No,
is
I don't
interesting.
think Chihiro used Leon's handbook.
Why not?
Because Leon's handbook was broken.
Oh. Well, then, yeah, I guess that'd be pretty impossible.
Oh my god. Oh my god!
I am struck silent by how quickly you get.
I am stunned speechless, but in fancier words.
Plus, isn't there a regulation against using someone else's handbook?
You can't lend out someone your handbook, but you can borrow it.
Actually, the rule states that loaning your handbook is prohibited. It says nothing about borrowing one. In other words, you could borrow a dead person's handbook all you want, and you'd be safe.
Yup, yup, yup. Hit the nail square on the noggin.
Of course, if it were broken, that wouldn't make any sense anyway.
So then, she must have hacked hers, like I said. She used her ultimate programmer skills and...
You can't fix an e-handbook. The instant you open one up, a security buzzer starts blaring.
So, if she didn't use Leon's handbook, and she didn't modify her own handbook,
Maybe Mr. Naegi's initial assumption is just wrong?
It seems like there's no way she could have got into the boys' locker room. So I guess so.
Okay then, I vote for Byakuya.
Hey! Is that it then? Chihiro was killed in the girls' locker room and Byakuya is the one who did it? Really? But still, I don't know what else I can do.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, Kyoko!
I agree with you, though. I think you're on the right track.
What the? You finally decide to open your mouth and that's what you've got to say? There's no way she could get in the boys' locker room, right? So,
Why are you so sure she couldn't get in? There's still one other way she could have gained access.
what?
What are you talking about? What other way is there?
Well, to explain that, why don't we take a little break from the trial? I'd like you all to come see something.
Wait. Just what do you think you're doing?
Don't worry. This'll make the whole trial more exciting. I'm sure that thought must please you.
Huh? It'll make things more exciting?
She's got Monokuma eating out of the palm of her hand.
Well, all right then. I declare an official class trial recess.
Yahoo! Recess! I'm gonna play on the jungle gym.
Huh? For real?
Now then, what is it you want to show us? It better not be boring or I'll be very unhappy.
Oh, I have no doubt it'll meet your lofty expectations. So, shall we go?
With this potentially well-timed intermission, I am gonna be right back. I need to go to the bathroom. So, y'all keep Monokuma distracted while I make a run for it, okay? 1, 2, 3, go! No, shush, 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 shush. No teams, no teams, no teams. You're gonna give the game away. One sec. I also grabbed some stuff to have a snack because I'm very hungry. Alright, there we go. So before I even knew what was happening, the class trial had been put on hold. We headed off with Kyoko in the lead. And where she took us was...
The girls' locker room?
We've already searched this place top to bottom. What are you trying to pull, Missy?
Don't be rude, Kia.
I'd like you to examine the victim's body one more time.
You want to check it again?
Be sure to examine the entire body very carefully. Take your time.
Rude.
Examine her carefully? Like using our hands?
No, wait,
best if I don't run my hands all over a girl's dead body.
It's not that I'm creeped out or anything, it's just based on religious grounds, you know?
Of course. You're a true gentleman, Hero. Using our feet? That would be quite the impressive, feat. Ha ha ha.
Very well.
I feel so bad for Sakura.
But you're a girl. You shouldn't have to touch a dead body. Just let one of the boys do it.
What's that got to do with anything? Hina, you're also sexist.
No, it's okay. I think Chihiro would rather have a girl examine her. So just leave this to me.
Sakura. What is this? Some kind of secret girl-on-girl action? Is that what you two are about? That's not it at all. Stop screwing around.
Okay, here I go. I'm sorry, Chihiro. Please excuse the intrusion.
Putting her hands together in a brief prayer, Sakura then began to quietly examine her body.
Be sure to check her entire body, and I believe we will solve this particular mystery.
This didn't age well for me, it sure did not.
Her entire body? I know you say that, but...
I wish Kyoko had just came out and said it, like, check to see if she has a dick or not.
What? This is... What is this...
And that's why I feel bad for Sakura. No one wants to touch that when they're not expecting it.
What is it?
Not possible. It's not possible.
Likes to make people come to their own conclusions? I mean, yes, but technically this counts as sexual harassment. Like, not for Chihiro. Well, technically it violates Chihiro, but Chihiro is dead and can't protest. But Sakura did not consent to this. This is technically sexual harassment.
This girl is
what?
Is a boy!
Ah, I see. So she was actually a he. Interesting. Thank you for confirming this fact. What?
And I mean, obviously there's also the whole... You can be transgender, so a girl can technically have a penis and, like, all that stuff, but... This is the early 2000s. That is definitely not what they were going for. Chihiro's just cross-dressing.
You're joking, right?
I wouldn't joke about this.
Ben, it's really true? Chihiro was a guy?
Oh, what? You guys didn't know? Heck, I knew that right off the bat.
Plus, Chihiro never actually said they were a girl.
Chihiro Fujisaki was totally a guy.
They just chose to wear the girl's uniform.
He was a cross-dresser? Oh, I'm really on fire! I wish I had killed him!
So that's what Kyoko wanted to show everyone, huh? Interesting. Yes, that certainly does make things much more exciting. Now let's ride this wave of excitement back to the courtroom and get back to the trial.
Terrible.
I do apologize for keeping you waiting. Now then, let's resume the class trial. We've all just learned of the shocking revelation that Chihiro was actually a boy. Let's pick up from there.
If we must.
Yes, well, I don't know his reason for hiding it, but the fact is, Chihiro was not a girl, but a boy.
To think that Chihiro was actually a guy. The thought never crossed my mind. Really? The voice acting didn't give it away?
And because the victim was male, he would have had no problem gaining access to the boys' locker room.
Assuming his handbook did, in fact, list his gender as male, then yes, that would be true.
Of course his handbook said he was a boy. He dressed like a girl, but he was a boy through and through.
I think this is one of the first things I accidentally learned about the game. Yeah, fair enough. Was this? I think this is probably... Chihiro's gender was probably one of the earliest things I accidentally learned too. It was definitely not... like... what's the word I'm looking for? It's not like it was a well-kept spoiler, we'll put it that way. Especially since, that whole... It's not correct in this, like, when it's a transgender person changing clothes, it's not correct to call them a trap. But the original definition of trap, where it was very clearly the developer made a guy look like a cute girl with the intention of fooling the male characters and the male viewers, that was pretty popular in like the early 2000s, I remember that, so yeah. Like there were definitely some characters who were like, yeah, I was born a boy, but I'm much cuter as a girl, blah 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 blah, and like that stuff, like.
So then, there should be no issue with Makoto's initial assertion. The victim was killed in the boys' locker room, and was then later moved to the girls' locker room. And the killer could have easily used Sayaka or Junko's handbook to get into the girls' locker room.
So Chihiro really was killed in the boys' locker room?
Apparently.
I still don't understand the motive for moving the body, but yes, that does seem plausible.
Well, I must admit, I did find it rather odd. I knew he felt a little off. There was a certain incongruity to his female body.
Hey, fuck you!
This is the most titillating situation!
You can't just say there was something off about their body being quote-unquote female, you piece of shit.
So now everything has been connected. All the mysteries have finally become clear.
Alright, for early 2000 games, and what were trans rights back then?
Okay, well, connected or clear or whatever. We still think you're the killer, remember?
It was also a big era for flat chest jokes. God. Yeah, don't remind me. I got hit with so many of those.
Very interesting. This
He's off in his own little world.
What about you, Makoto? After everything we've learned, do you still think Byakuya's the killer?
Well, without a doubt, Byakuya is the one that made Chihiro's death look like Genocide Jack did it. But I...
Yes, Makoto?
I think he might not actually be the killer after all.
Gasp!
What? But aren't you the one who accused him in the first place?
He just seems to be too easygoing about all this. Like he's enjoying us solving the mystery.
He's a little bit of a freak.
The way he's acting, it makes it seem like it doesn't have anything to do with him.
And you think that might be because it doesn't have anything to do with him?
Plus, the evidence he left behind was a little too... how can I put it? Overt. He consciously chose to use the extension cord, knowing it could connect him to the murder.
True. He's unfortunately not stupid.
At least, that's how I see it. And Byakuya, when you found out the murder took place in the boys' locker room, it seemed to rattle you. And then again when you found out Chihiro was actually a guy. if you really were the killer, that stuff wouldn't have had any effect on you.
So that's your thinking, huh? Well, it bothers me that you don't have more concrete reasons, but it's fine. I guess I'll mark it as correct for the time being.
Cool. Half point.
Mark it as correct?
He's right. I am not the culprit. I just happened to come across the corpse in the girls' locker room and decided to alter it.
Are you fucking with us right now?
I doubt he even... No.
No, I am not. I'm telling you the truth.
Byakuya is afraid to swear! Ah, ha, ha, ha. What a baby. Almost adorable. Almost adorable.
Well, I find it very hard to believe. Go ahead. Find it very hard to believe. You're free to be executed along with the rest of us.
If you're really telling the truth, then why? Why do you do that to his body?
My reasons hardly matter right now. Uncovering the culprit is much more...
No. They matter a hell of a lot. We wasted so much frickin' time sifting through all of the crap.
Now then, if it wasn't me, who was it?
Well, I don't think I can say for sure without talking about it a little more.
We're seriously gonna keep going? We're all good, aren't we? I thought it was clear Byakuya did it.
No, I'm with Makoto. If there's any doubt whatsoever, we need to explore every possibility. Because if we're wrong, we all die here.
That's true. Very well then. I'm with you too.
Damn straight. Count me in.
Damn straight. God. Whenever this game uses that early 2010 lingo, it's like I get smacked in the back of the head. Because, I mean, the game itself was early 2000s, but the dub wasn't until, like, 2010-ish.
Do you not have a mind of your own?
What about you, Taka?
Of course I do. What am I, an ant or something?
Anyway, let's discuss this all as a group one more time.
That's very true.
Our lives are all on the line.
Excellent. Then shall we resume our game of hide and seek?
Yeah, can we hide you? But if Byakuya didn't do it, then who's the real killer? Who murdered Chihiro? There's one thing we can be sure that we know about the killer. The killer was able to gain access to the real murder scene, which means the killer is a guy.
A gun!
Not that it really narrows much down, considering most of the cast is male, but hey. Since the crime scene was the boys' locker room, you would need a boys' handbook to get in. Since Leon's handbook is apparently broken, the killer would have had to use their own. In other words, it had to have been a guy. But that's still not enough. I need to find some more clues.
Isn't there a single clue that might lead us to who did it?
Well, clues are one thing, but did nobody get a look at the killer?
I'm sure if someone saw the killer, they would have said something by now.
Perhaps someone saw the victim at some point. Even that might be enough for now.
Yeah. All we need right now is any kind of new info.
It's over. So, you want to know who saw the killer?
And only the... It's not like they're just gonna...
Game over, man!
Yeah! No! Not game over!
Isn't there a single...
You gotta love how you can just miss.
Clues out. Did nobody get a look?
I'm sure if someone saw the killer...
Perhaps someone saw the victim at some...
Yeah. All we need right now is any kind of new info.
No, that's wrong! What?
Isn't there a single clue that might lead us to who did it?
Shoot!
Huh.
Isn't there a single clue that might lead us to...
Clues are what? Did nobody get a look at the killer?
I'm sure someone saw the killer.
Perhaps someone saw the victim at some...
Yeah. All we need right...
It's over. You want to know who saw the killer. And only the killer.
There we go.
No, that's wrong.
It's just like Ace Attorney.
I believe
Very
someone else did see
particular.
the victim before he was murdered. What do you think, Celeste?
Now that you mention it, yes, I did see him.
Huh? Really?
Oh, but I suppose only Makoto knows about it. The rest of you had no idea, did you? That is why you're all making such ugly
Damn, she's
noises.
enjoying this.
Whatever. Just hurry up and tell us.
In time.
It was last night, right before nighttime. I saw Chihiro in the dormitory warehouse. I saw him stuffing a track jacket into a duffel bag. And then, I assume, he headed off to exercise.
A track jacket and a duffel bag. But we didn't.
When is Celeste not enjoying things? True. She's the ultimate gambler. Anything that's high risk, high reward, she's super into. Related? You know what would be a fun anime to watch as a group? Because I never watched it, but I know it was huge. Kakiguri, the gambling anime.
It seems likely that the culprit destroyed them to get rid of any evidence.
And that is when he said something that struck me as rather odd.
You couldn't get into Kakiguri? Fair enough. I knew it was super popular. I never tried to watch it, so I don't know.
Chihiro told me he was in a hurry. But why would he be in a hurry? Only if someone were waiting for him, I should think.
Saw one scene that looked fun, but that's it. Okay, so basically, Kakiguri is a valid possibility. Good to know. Good to know. Hang on. God. We still need to do Chad writes my tweets and stuff from the Batsus. God. You guys hit all of that stuff out of the park.
So, Mr. Fujisaki was on his way to meet with someone, and then they were going to work out together?
But Hina and I had invited him to exercise with us plenty of times, and he always declined.
Probably because he was afraid you'd find out the secret he was hiding, right?
Probably.
Which means that conversely, he must have trusted whoever he was meeting with very much. Enough so that he was willing to risk his secret being revealed.
What a marvelous friendship!
It's boy-on-boy action, your favorite.
The point is, whoever he met up with is the culprit, right? So we just gotta figure out who it was.
But knowing what we know, I can't even guess.
No, you already have what you need to make the connection.
Huh?
You know who the killer is.
Seriously?
Who is it? Who's the killer?
I don't know, maybe the dude is freaking out right now?
Think back to the track jacket and duffel bag the killer disposed of. Focus on the details of these items, and it should become obvious who was waiting for him.
Are you sure about that? You really think we can figure out who did it based on 2 pieces of evidence that we don't have?
What? You want to track down some fingerprints or something?
Even if we had the equipment for that, we wouldn't know how to use it.
As was noted, the evidence is already gone. There's nothing to get fingerprints from.
Maybe, but we can make certain inferences if we just take the time to talk it out.
Easy for you to say.
Damn.
But fine. Celeste, did you notice anything special about the bag or jacket?
The bag was just a normal duffel bag from the warehouse. All the bags in there are the same, so I can't imagine what would make that one special.
Well, if I remember right, there was a decent variety of tracksuits to choose from. Do you think there might be some connection between the culprit and Chihiro's jacket?
Perhaps. Let's explore that and talk a bit more about the jacket he took.
It was blue! Does Chihiro's track jacket really hold some clue about the killer? Well, besides clothing being gendered. Somehow I find it really hard to believe.
First of all, we know where Chihiro was headed. He was on his way to go exercise. So next we have to ask, why did he choose the specific tracksuit that he did?
What do you mean, the specific tracksuit?
I got it! He picked that tracksuit because it matched the one the culprit was wearing.
So,
I mean, that would be cute.
the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
I don't even have a tracksuit. Cause exercising
I have a white tracksuit personally.
Damn.
I got it from the warehouse, if you must know.
Did any of that really help us get any closer to figuring out who the culprit is?
No way. Not a chance.
You heard him, right? What he just said without even real. First of all, we know where Chihiro was headed.
Oh, we don't even...
Exercise.
The color.
So next we have to ask.
No one said anything about the color of the jacket.
I got it! He picked that, it matched the one the...
So, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him?
No, that's wrong. Hold on a second, Mondo. What did you just say?
Huh? What'd I say?
When Celeste testified a few minutes ago, she said...
Saw him stuffing a tracksuit in the bag, and then I assumed he headed off to exercise.
She never said anything about the jacket's color. So why did you say Chihiro's blue tracksuit?
What are you... You just... Hey, Celeste. What color was Chihiro's tracksuit?
As a matter of fact, it was blue.
And before we began the trial, did you tell anyone that?
The only one I told about any of this was you.
Then, Mondo, how did you know what color Chihiro's tracksuit was?
Uh-oh.
Because I'm sure he saw the clothes at some point in the investigation.
No, that can't be.
Rip.
The bag and clothes were surely disposed of by the time we began our investigation.
Then the only reason he could have known what color the tracksuit was is if he saw Cherry with it before he died.
Cherry?
Only possibility.
Damn.
Cherry. Are you talking about Chihiro?
Jack just hitting it out of the park with these nicknames.
So, how about it? Did you see the tracksuit or didn't you?
Just by chance. I just happened to see it last night. He walked past me, and he was carrying the tracksuit in his hands.
No, that can't be it either. According to Celeste's testimony,
She stuffed the jacket into her bag in a hurry. It was almost like she was trying to hide it. And just like that, she was gone.
when Celeste noticed it, Chihiro made a point of making sure the jacket was completely in the bag. If you just ran into him briefly, you couldn't possibly have seen what color the tracksuit was.
It would appear you've dug your own grave.
Perhaps. But you handed him the shovel, didn't you? That's why you said what you did. Focus on the tracksuit and it'll be obvious who he met with? What a bunch of nonsense.
Ah, now I understand. It was all one big bluff, wasn't it? Your true intention was to draw a slip of the tongue from the culprit.
Damn.
That's why you said you knew who did it, to put them on edge.
That's right. However, Mondo was my target all along. I had my suspicions about him from the very beginning.
Girl is just OPAF.
But why? What made you so suspicious?
That's a good question.
Because I hate him! This is one big town of Salem? I mean, honestly, you're right. This is one big witch trial. The way he talked. I noticed it earlier because he's been referring to Chihiro as a dude.
There was a certain turning point that tipped me off. Maybe you didn't notice it, Mondo, but you tend to refer to men and women differently. You only call guys dude. For girls, it's chick. And after he was killed, you happened to refer to him as dude. Once I picked up on that, it occurred to me that Mondo knew something we didn't.
Did you notice such a tiny detail?
She's the ultimate detective.
Are you a witch? She's a witch! You're positively frightful.
Speaking of Salem.
No, I'm not the frightful one. Not nearly as frightful as someone capable of murdering a friend.
Damn.
Mondo, was it really you?
She just reached over to the seat beside her, stabbed a knife into Mondo's gut and twisted it. Oof.
Did you really?
I didn't kill anyone! You've been all over me, judging everything I say, putting words in my mouth. What gives you the right to treat me like a goddamn criminal?
I mean, you're the ultimate delinquent. Are you telling me you've never done anything illegal?
Yeah, he would never do something like that. This is a false accusation.
You literally became friends with him 12 hours ago.
It's true. My reasoning on that is pretty shaky.
That was fast.
Well, this does present us with a problem. It seems we are all out of leads.
My time has nearly come.
Ifumi?
That's what my little ghost friend is telling me.
Bro, friendship runs deep. They're bros. The boy-on-boy action is strong with these two.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Hifumi, weren't you telling me you'd found some evidence?
Really? What kind of evidence?
He was just bluffing, wasn't he?
Actually, you know, now that I'm thinking about it here calmly, it might not be all that relevant.
Jeez, does your confidence just get up and walk away? It's fine, man. Just tell us.
At this point, we got nothing to lose.
If you really insist, then, here it is.
What do you have there?
It happens to be an e-handbook. I found it laying on the ground, so I scooped it up.
You found it on the ground, right? Then it must belong to... It's Chihiro's?
I got it! We know Chihiro's handbook was missing from the scene of the crime, right?
For a fact.
For a fact indeed.
Is there an echo in here?
I was totally sure I'd found it.
Then it must hold some clue about the culprit, right?
Well, that's what I was hoping. But it's busted. It won't even turn on.
I imagine the culprit broke it to get rid of any evidence after the murder.
That's odd. I didn't think the handbooks were quite so fragile.
You're right. They're not. They're totally waterproof and shock resistant. It would take an awful lot to break one.
And yet, this one does appear to be broken, as is Leon's, sitting useless in the main hall.
I mean, Leon's took 1,000 baseballs, Stuart.
For all your confidence, that is a remarkably high failure rate.
Damn!
Do you think there might be some kind of mystery in there somewhere?
Possibly.
How precisely did the handbooks get broken?
By hitting its weak point.
You already told us before that the handbook has one weak point, didn't you?
You didn't say what it was, but there is a weak point.
Yeah! You remember that?
Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't we?
Sure, maybe I let that slip, but I never told anyone what the weak point actually was.
But if the handbook is supposed to never break, and two of them broke in quick succession,
then we can only assume that someone's figured out its weakness. You know what the weakness is, right, Monokuma? So, what is it?
Huh? You're asking me?
Who
I think
else?
it's a necessary piece of information if you want this to be a fair trial.
But if I tell you, and someone else decides to copy it, that would be very not good.
Oh, the poor bear.
Tell us already. Why would we want to break our own handbooks?
Oh well, I have a weakness for pushy demands. But you're sure you won't follow their example?
Yes, we won't follow their example. Now just tell us. Come on.
Then allow me to make a special announcement. The weak point of my cutting-edge e-handbook
is...
When it's exposed to high temperatures for too long, it will suffer a meltdown and totally break!
Yeah, that's pretty normal. That's pretty normal.
I flippin' knew it!
You knew it?
Yeah, because I found the handbook laying on the floor of the sauna.
Ah!
The temperature in the sauna can reach over 200 degrees. Strange how you don't get burnt, huh?
Oh my god. This is Monokuma's science show now.
It's because as your sweat evaporates, it creates a cooling layer of air around your skin.
Literally, we have a natural shield.
If the hot air of the sauna were somehow pushed directly onto your skin, you'd definitely get fried. That layer of air would get blown away. That's why you may feel a burning when you move around. So when you're in a sauna, make sure to keep nice and still.
Wow, interesting. I learned one new fact today.
Congratulations.
That is a mere trifling speck of knowledge.
Anyway, if you found the victim's handbook in the sauna, then the killer must have been purposely trying to raise its temperature in order to break it.
meaning the culprit somehow knew its weakness.
But how'd they find out? Monokuma said he didn't tell anyone, right?
It's like, maybe some idiot who went into the sauna with all his clothes on accidentally broke his.
Indeed. Quite the mystery.
What if they found out by accident?
What do you mean by accident?
What do you mean, what do I mean?
What if the killer took their own handbook into the sauna, not knowing its weakness, and it broke? They'd realize it was broken, of course, and it wouldn't be hard to figure out why. And once they had Chihiro's handbook, they knew they had an easy way to dispose of it.
I won't say it's not possible, but who would have done something like that? I don't know of anyone who took their handbook into the sauna.
Unfortunately, there's one super idiot.
I might know someone who did.
Someone who's really dumb and made a promise between bros.
Whoa, seriously?
I think the one who may have taken their handbook into the sauna was...
Who might have brought their... Yeah, who was it? I wonder. Had to be the one who wore all their clothes into the sauna. It was... Rest in peace, Mondo. I'm sorry, bro.
Mondo, your handbook got broken in the sauna, didn't it?
What?
I'm sorry, bro.
Why? Why do you keep accusing him?
Because he's suspicious!
Mondo and Taka had an endurance contest in the sauna not too long ago, remember? And for the contest, Mondo just so happened to keep his school uniform on.
Because the bro is absolutely insane.
But little did he realize, he'd also left his handbook in one of his uniform pockets. And when it was all over, Mondo discovered that taking your handbook into the sauna could easily destroy it.
Well, this is inconvenient, ain't it?
No, wait, hold on. You've got it all wrong. He would never kill. I don't accept this. Show me the proof. The actual solid proof.
I mean, I don't want to believe it either, but yeah, he's kind of sent himself up the river without a paddle. Mondo was one of your faves? Yeah, I really liked Mondo too. Unfortunately, this game gets rid of all the interesting characters.
Then Mondo, you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
You sure?
See? Look! Makoto was wrong after all. Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly.
You gotta be shitting me. He's a delinquent. Do you know what delinquents do, buddy?
Let's test Makoto. If what he says is correct, you broke your own.
In other words, if Mondo then that proves that what—
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
See? Makoto was wrong after all. Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly.
Which one is it?
Let's test Makoto's assertion. If what he says is you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's hand, then that proves that what—
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
Shit! Too slow!
Makoto was wrong. Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly.
Yeah. Let's go.
Let's test Makoto's. If what he says is correct, you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's hand, then that proves that—
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
God damn it.
See? Makoto was wrong. Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly.
Let's test Makoto's assertion. If what he says is correct, you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo, then that proves that what
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
No! Frick.
See? Makoto was wrong. Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly.
God, this is...
Let's test Makoto's. If what he says is correct, then you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook, then that proves that what Makoto said—
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
Shit! Fuck.
See? Makoto was wrong. Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly.
Yeah, I know.
Let's test Makoto. If what he says is you broke your own hand.
In other words, if Mondo, then that proves that—
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
See? Look! Makoto was wrong. Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly.
Let's test Makoto. If what he says is you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo, then that proves that—
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
Shit!
See? Makoto was wrong. Mondo wouldn't hurt.
The silencer is so annoying.
Let's test Makoto. If what he says is you broke your own.
In other words, if Mondo, then that proves—
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
See? Makoto was wrong. Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly.
Oh, and wait, space slows it down. I just remembered.
Let's test Makoto. If what he says is you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo, then that proves that—
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
See? Look! Makoto was wrong after all!
Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly!
Let's test if what he says is
You broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook, then that proves that what
Well, my
goddamn handbook works just fine.
See? Look! Makoto was wrong after all!
Ah!
Hurt a fly!
Apparently, I'm a very bad shot. I'm just like frickin' Dice from MEO.
Let's test if what he says is correct. Then you broke your own hand.
In other words, if Mondo's hand, then that proves that what
Well, my
goddamn handbook works just fine.
See? Look!
Makoto was wrong. Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly!
Let's test if what he says is
You broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook, then that proves.
Well, my
goddamn handbook works just fine.
Okay, so that was the wrong one to begin with. Fuck my life.
Shoot.
At least I know.
Let's test if what he says is
You broke your own hand.
in other words, if then that proves.
Well, my goddamn handbook works.
See? Makoto was wrong after all! Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly!
Let's test if what he says you broke your own. In other words, if then that proves.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine!
See? Look! Makoto was wrong after all!
Oh! I need to pick up. Okay. I need to do one of the flashbacks things then. I need to pick up another statement. Trying to think. Because if I start going through again, we're gonna lose the timer, so I'm just trying to... Oh,
Let's
wait.
test Makoto's assertion.
How do I... Is that the only truth bullet I have? Now that I think about it. Because I don't think there's anything I can grab. Move the mouse wheel up and down? Oh! There we go.
In other words, if not, then that proves.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
There, God.
No, that's wrong.
Not Frosty being a moment of silence for our fan favorite bro.
Is it really yours?
He's already been, bro's already been dismissed.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
The broken handbook that was in the main hall. Isn't that one actually yours?
What the heck are you talking about?
I wonder.
What I mean is, I think Mondo swapped his handbook out for one that actually works. I think he took Leon's handbook and replaced it with his own. After all, Monokuma said himself that Leon's handbook never should have broken.
That's right! The punishment it suffered wasn't nearly enough to destroy it.
Really? All of those baseballs. That's quite the indestructible shit.
So then,
The broken handbook in the main hall is actually Mondo's, which would mean that the handbook Mondo has right now is actually Leon's, yes?
But doesn't that violate the school regulation that says loaning out your handbook is prohibited?
No! Leon's dead! He can't lend anything to anyone!
Well, here's how I look at it. There is a rule about loaning your handbook to another student, but if they're dead, they're not a student. It's kind of a gray area, I admit. But no worries. If anything, it just makes things more interesting. As such, I decree that exchanging handbooks with a corpse is not a violation of the rules.
How thoughtful, how considerate of you.
Well, Mondo, if I'm wrong about this, you're welcome to say so. I'm happy to admit I made a mistake, but...
Son of a bitch. What's wrong, bro? Come on, tell him he's wrong.
Come on, bro! What's wrong, bro?
You are wrong. You have to be wrong. Everything you just said is wrong. You made it all up.
Okay, then why don't we look back on this case one more time, from the beginning? That way, everything will become clear, and we'll all see if I was right or wrong.
Back from dinner trial going well? Yeah. Poor Mondo's about to get, obliterated. Oh my god, look at Celeste. She's so cool here. Or probably like that. Bro in here lifting weights? Or actually, like that, probably. Where's the blood on the poster? There we go. Or, yeah, okay. That's the bathroom. No. It's on the floor. Let's see. Put that there. Drew the blood on the wall, obviously.
The killer is you!
Did I get it right first try?
Let's take a look back to before the incident. Last night, Celeste saw Chihiro in the warehouse, correct? At the time, she was apparently stuffing something into a duffel bag. That something was a blue tracksuit. You can confirm this, right, Celeste? With bag in hand, Chihiro headed out, even though it was officially nighttime.
Oh shit, I got something wrong, didn't I? Oh, did I?
She made her way to the locker room, specifically the boys' locker room. But how could the victim, who was apparently a girl, access the boys' locker room? Simple, because she was really a he. Which is why he was able to use his own handbook to gain entrance to the boys' locker room. Once inside, he met with someone there. And the person he met was the one who killed him. It seems likely that the killer grabbed the nearby dumbbell, approached the unsuspecting Chihiro, and attacked him. And that's where the bloodstains on the poster and carpeting in the boys' locker room came from.
You done goofed it!
It was likely in the heat of the moment. The body was arranged, but the murder itself felt unplanned. Which is why the killer
Conventional splash on poster? Yeah, somehow the blood always goes flying, even when it would make no sense.
Then, removing the bloody poster,
It's for dramatic effect, you know? Oh. I messed up too much stuff?
the killer is you! Which is why the killer hurried to try and hide the act. First, pulling up the blood.
What in Danganronpa is not dramatic? True.
Then, removing the bloody poster.
Hey! Oh god. We're about to run out of health.
Which is why the then removing.
Oh, thank god.
And finally carrying the corpse into the girls' locker room. A girl's handbook was necessary to get into the locker room, of course. But this alone doesn't prove that the killer was necessarily a girl. After all, Sayaka and Junko's handbooks had been placed in the main hall. Using one of those, a boy could get into the girls' locker room without much problem. And that's exactly how the killer did it.
Bum, 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 ba-dum,
With the
ba-da-dum.
poster they brought with them, they got to work. They changed the layout of the boys' and girls' locker room in what you might call a crime scene switch.
No, not the crime scene switch! The hidden move!
That could have been the end of things, but no. Byakuya discovered the body and decided to intervene in the situation.
Frickin' Byakuya. What was even the point in that? Like, honestly.
He went and grabbed the extension cord from the library, and then he got to work. He used the cord to string up Chihiro's lifeless body. Then, using the victim's own blood, he left a grisly message there at the scene of the crime. He wanted to create the illusion that Genocide Jack was responsible for the slaughter.
Why? We'll never know. He's a weirdo, apparently.
And around the same time that Byakuya was putting together this facade, the killer, having already disposed of Chihiro's bag and other belongings, arrived at the sauna. There, they planned to destroy the last piece of evidence, Chihiro's handbook. And just as the killer expected, the steamy sauna was enough to ruin the electronic gadget. Somehow, the killer knew that the handbook couldn't stand up to the heat of the sauna.
He was just a goofy little guy. He was just being a little silly. A little hee-hee-ha-ha.
And that's how it all played out. Isn't that right, Mondo Orada?
Rest in peace.
Wait. No. This can't be right.
I'm very sorry, bro.
Where's your evidence? Yeah. Where's your evidence? You need evidence. You need proof. Without any proof, you can't pin any of this on him.
He's taking it so personally. I kind of feel bad for him. Evidence that Mondo was the killer. That already revealed itself earlier in the trial. If I could somehow show where Mondo's handbook is right now. Once I do that, everything will become clear. New element has been added to the truth bullet battles. Oh no. We're about to have a bad time. Let's talk about Fever Time and Nega? Nega Time? It's the Negaverse from Sailor Moon! During a bullet time battle, if you press the space key, the evil timer activated, the tempo will be forced towards max. Even at this point, even if you push buttons at random, you won't miss. Called Nega Time. I'm sure nothing will happen.
some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you. False.
Oh, failed. Yes, other shot, please.
I refuse to give up yet.
Thanks for the hearts. God. Ugh. I remember this took a while.
Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you. False. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. False. I refuse to vote. Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you. False. Show me some evidence. I won't.
How many hearts does Bro have?
You're corrupt.
Jesus.
I refuse to give up yet.
God. None at all. Alright.
Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you. False. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. False. I refuse to vote. Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you. False. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. False. You're corrupt.
This is the most bananas. Is this like a rhythm game? It sure don't feel like a rhythm game. God.
Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you. False. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. False. I refuse to vote. Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refuse.
Ah!
False. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. False. You're corrupt.
How's it going? I am suffering through this hoax of a rhythm game. You had Shiro on mute? No! How dare you!
I refuse to give up yet.
Poor Shiro.
Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you. False. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. False. I refuse to vote. Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you. False. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. False. You're corrupt.
Good grief. Alright.
I refuse to give up yet.
Alright, let's hear the explanation again. The tempo will be forced towards max, and even if you push the button at random, you won't miss.
Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you. False. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. False. I refuse to vote. Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you. False. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. False. You're corrupt.
This is so oh my god. Yes, 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 not the blackened. We know, we know.
I refuse to give up yet.
It's not the fair. Taka has like so much more focus. Whenever your opponent's statements explode. Ah! I was completely understanding how you were supposed to do this.
I won't listen. I refute you. False. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. False.
Remember, folks, always read the instructions!
I refuse to vote. Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you. False. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. False.
Final strike.
Show me some evidence.
This should prove it.
God! All I needed to do was reread the instructions to remember that it's not a full-on rhythm game.
So far is right. Mondo must have replaced his broken handbook with Reno.
Terrible.
In which case, we can just check each of our handbooks right now. Once we do that, we'll...
We don't gotta do that.
Yo.
Huh?
Yeah. Yeah. I did it. I killed him.
I really liked Mondo. This is sad. Hey, not bad.
Bro, what are you saying?
And it can't be true, bro!
After hearing all that, I gotta just give up.
Say it ain't so, bro!
Go ahead, Monokuma. Get it over with. Ask for the goddamn verdict.
Roger that.
Wait! Hold on!
No waiting, no holding on. Time for the moment we've all been waiting for. Grab your lever and give it a yank! Who will you elect as the Blackened this time around? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Admit it for your bro! Admit it for your bro! Yay! Corn on the cob!
What?
Uh-oh! This time it looks like he got it right again! Yes, it is so. The Blackened that killed Chihiro Fujisaki was... Mondo Owada!
Unbelievable.
In case you're wondering, the vote was not unanimous. Kiyotaka chose the wrong answer, 'cause he's a simp! You're treading very close to the danger zone, Mr. Ishimura! Or sorry, Ishimaru, you need to be more careful. I refuse to believe it. There's no way he would kill someone.
Sorry.
What is this?
What? Why are you apologizing? Why? Why? What? Why? Bro, it's been a day. Why did you do it?
Now then.
Well, it looks like Mondo's taken a vow of silence, so allow me to explain on his behalf.
Actually...
The story of the murder this time is the sad story of two men. It's Brokeback Mountain, bitch! He's admitting to it and taking responsibility and kind of goes out with integrity, at least at the end, for sure. Well, and that's the thing, right? As we found out, it was a crime of passion, so... He truly didn't mean it, and I mean... In a perfect world, he would have admitted to it, but he decided he was going to try and preserve Chihiro's dignity to the end, and make it so their gender ideally wouldn't have been revealed if Kyoko didn't, you know... Go, feel up the corpse, why don't ya? Anyway, there was once a young boy, and his name was Chihiro Fujisaki. He had an extreme inferiority complex regarding his own lack of strength. You're so weak even though you're a boy! He heard things like that for as long as he could remember, and he couldn't overcome his weakness. On the contrary, he tried to hide it and burrowed himself further and further into that weakness. That's such a weird thing to be like, oh, you're so weak, you're like a little girl, and then for Chihiro to go, alright, I guess I am a girl then. It's very, very strange. Take on the fragile form of a petite young girl. Like, I mean, if this is how you discover you're transgender, then this is how you discover you're transgender? But... Chihiro still saw himself as a guy as far as we know, so... He had chosen that as his way out. Now nobody will be able to say anything about even though you're a boy, which is such a weird... But no matter how tightly he wrapped himself up in that shell... Like, I'm just going off my own experience because I had people growing up that were like, "Oh, Diana, you're so ugly, you're like a boy," or something like that. But at no point did I ever decide, well, if everyone thinks I look like a dude, I should dress like a dude. I never once got to that point. So, like, it's just like, this is a very, very interesting anime way to go about it. As it turned out, the shell was completely empty. The complex didn't disappear. Instead, it only grew stronger and stronger. I'm weak. Weak, 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 weak. Once the killing game had begun here at the school, he had no choice but to accept this fact. After all, this world is survival of the fittest. If you're not strong, you don't survive. And then, the lovely and hateful Monokuma announced the revealing of their embarrassing secrets. Which, of course, included Chihiro's embarrassing secret, which I was more than willing to divulge. Even though he dresses like a girl, Chihiro is actually a boy.
Hey,
And that was something Chihiro couldn't let anyone find out, no matter the cost. If that was revealed, it would be the end. The hardened shell would crack, the armor would fall away. Without a doubt, those around him would torture him more than ever before. Everyone figured being thrust into such a dilemma must have sent him spiraling into despair. What? And yet...
I'm sorry.
I don't really want to talk about it right now.
But
I also don't want to leave things the way they are, so maybe I can talk about it later. After I try my best to become strong, then I can tell everyone. Annoyingly, he used the threat of discovery to motivate himself. What the fuck? It turns out that he was physically weak but mentally strong.
That's right.
Now's my chance.
I want to change.
I'm going to get stronger and accept who I am. Strong enough so that when someone says, even though you're a boy, I'll be okay. I'll get better. With that thought at the front of his mind, he resolved to take immediate action. And so... that day, he made the commitment to begin exercising. He was prepared to retrain his mind and body. This would be the first and only chance he would get at it.
Hey,
When he decided to start exercising, he thought it would be good to ask someone for help. But he wanted to tell that person his secret first, and then ask them to help him from there. And the person he went to...
Yeah, that's right.
It was me. Yup, it sure was! The biker gang fella had been painfully clear about how important his manly promises were. So Chihiro probably figured that even if he confided in Mondo, his honor would make him keep the secret. Pretty smart. Plus, Mr. Macho was the very symbol of a strong man that Chihiro had always aspired to. Maybe talking to Mondo about it will help give me some courage. So he went and asked Mondo to help him become strong. That was his aspiration, and he thought that only with Mondo's support would he ever be able to come close to that.
Correct.
So then that must be why Mondo did what he did, to keep the promise he'd made to Chihiro. Huh? Did what he did? You mean that's why Mondo carried Chihiro from the boys to the girls' locker room?
Indeed.
Yes, That's exactly what I mean. Wasn't that to cover up what he'd done? That could have been part of it, but I don't think it was the main reason. The real purpose was to keep the promise between men he'd made to Chihiro. But how does moving the body keep his secret? Because if everyone knew he'd been killed in the boys' locker room, then everyone would have been arguing about how she got into the boys' locker room, right? Once that started up, at least a few of us would have immediately begun to suspect his identity, so... He tried to protect Chihiro's secret by putting him in the girls' locker room and stealing his handbook. See? Then Mono did all that to keep the promise he'd made to Chihiro, who he'd also killed? Why? Why would he do that? The more I hear you talk, the more I don't understand. I mean, you guys trusted each other, right? So, why? Why did you? Because, no matter what, I didn't want anyone to know.
I knew it.
So that's what triggered it after all. The possibility of having your embarrassing memories and secrets exposed.
What is
That's
this?
impossible. Nothing could have been that bad. Something you didn't want anyone to know, even if it meant killing someone? It's impossible.
Don't make me repeat myself.
How many times must I repeat myself? To judge others by your own standard is the height of folly. Even if you can't comprehend it, he obviously can. That's all there is to it. Well, while we're on the subject, why don't I tell you? That embarrassing memory, the secret he didn't want anyone to know.
Hey,
You know what Mondo did? He killed his own brother! Mondo, the ultimate biker gang leader, makes all the hoodlums and riffraff across the country tremble. But the only reason he had the chance to join a gang in the first place was because of a certain someone. Mondo's older brother was named Diamond, and together they are Diamondo. Together they are Diamond. Mondo had nothing but respect for him. It was because of Dia that Mondo ever got on a motorcycle. Is this a JoJo reference? It might have been. I'm trying to think timeline-wise when Diamond is Unbreakable, the JoJo series started, the manga. I know the manga itself was set in the early 2000s, but I think it was written in the 90s. Yeah, original run 1992 to 1995. So yeah, it could have been a JoJo part 4 reference. Mondo's brother was his only family growing up. He was the only one Mondo could trust or respect. He wanted to measure up to his big brother, so he imitated him in everything he did. Mondo was the epitome of a starry-eyed kid brother. It's always a JoJo reference. That or One Piece. And maybe Dragon Ball. Meanwhile, the charismatic older brother had put together a local motorcycle gang. And before anyone knew it, it had grown into the biggest biker gang in the country. Dia, the older brother, number 1 in the gang, and his number 2, his younger brother, Mondo. In the beginning, everything was peaches and gravy. But when Mondo started to think about how he would have to take over the gang from his brother someday, his brother's greatness, his reputation, began to gnaw on Mondo's very soul. The kid's gonna take over for Dia, huh? Dia created this gang with his bare hands. Mondo's just along for the ride. Can someone like that really be our leader? All that'll do is make the gang look bad. Almost every day, Mondo heard the gossip and whispers of the other members of the gang, which is why...
I just...
Wait, hold on. Does the jacket say Crazy Diamond? Because if it says Crazy Diamond, it is absolutely a JoJo reference. I think it does. I think it does say Crazy Diamond. Oh my god. Then it is absolutely a JoJo reference. Because his stand was literally named Crazy Diamond. Yeah, the stand's literally Crazy Diamond. So yes, 100% it is a JoJo reference. Good call, Blur. Once, just one time. No matter what, I gotta win. I don't care what it takes. I gotta come out on top. And on the night of his amazing brother's retirement ceremony, Mondo challenged him to a street race. Yeah, there we go, Crazy Diamond. But during the race, tragedy struck. The kid brother pushed ahead with reckless abandon, eager for victory, and dashed into oncoming traffic. But suddenly... he actually looks in pretty decent shape considering he got hit head on. Laying in his kid brother's arms, the older brother delivered his final words. My bad, kid. I fucked up. Sorry. Of course, he knew it was his brother's fault, but Diane never blamed him for what happened. Hey, kid, the rest is up to you. No matter what, you gotta keep the gang together. 'Cause it's the team you and me put together. It's a promise between men. He decided to hide the truth of what happened from everyone else in the gang in order to keep the gang together and keep the promise to his brother. He could never admit to anyone that it was his own weakness that had caused the accident. And as a result, the team was made even stronger under the banner of the kid who'd bested his big brother. Daya was gonna lose to his kid brother, so he got stupid and got himself killed. That became the explanation for what happened. Mondo's lie became the truth. He wanted to lead the team so bad he was willing to tell all kinds of lies about his brother.
I just...
I'm strong. Strong. And yet... as soon as our killing game began, he realized, no matter how tough he pretended to be, he was just another weakling that could die in an instant. And then, the hateful Monokuma announced the revealing of the embarrassing secrets. At that point, it was clear I would have no problem shedding light on his secret. Mondo killed his older brother. No matter what, I couldn't let the other gang members find out. If that happened, everything would have been ruined. Everything me and my brother had worked to create would have been destroyed. His death, all the guilt I've been carrying around, it all would have been for nothing. So that's why... Mondo? After I saw what Monokuma had on me, my head filled up with a kind of fuzzy uneasiness. and just started swirling around. I never felt anything like it before.
I
didn't know what to do. I wasn't sure what to say. But after a while, that fuzzy uneasiness turned itself into a rock-hard lump of anxiety way down in my stomach. And it was right around then that Chihiro asked me to start working out with him. And right there, he told me a secret. Seriously? Jesus.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm sorry I lied to you. But why? Why now? Why are you telling me this all of a sudden? Huh? 'Cause I mean, you've kept the secret all this time, right? If anyone found out, you would.
But
you're right, but
I want to change.
I wrapped myself in lies. I'm weak. I want to destroy that version of me forever. His words were like a knife in my gut. I felt like he was exposing the lie I'd been living myself. I have to change. I don't want to be weak anymore. You're so strong, it can't hurt you, right? Whatever secret Monokuma might tell us.
You piece of...
So what? You're saying I should just say it?
What?
You're saying if I really am, I should just be able to tell everyone my secret?
Huh?
I was jealous. Oh, jealousy is a terrible thing. I was jealous of Chihiro's strength. He had the strength to face his own weakness, to try and overcome it. It was the kind of strength I've never had. So I was jealous of him. And that jealousy broke me.
What?
Are you making fun of me? I'm strong. Are you fucking with me right now?
No.
I'm not making fun of you. You really are strong, Mondo. Felt like I could hear something start to creak. Something inside my head. What did he want me to do? What was I supposed to do? Was I supposed to just sit back, let my secret get revealed, and ruin everything?
What's wrong?
Damn you.
Why did you have to tell me all that? Are you trying to rub my failure in my face?
I just wanted to...
No, I just really admire you. I admire your strength.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. I am strong. Strong. I'm strong. 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 Stronger than you.
You son of a bitch.
And stronger than Daya! I don't remember anything after that. When I woke up, he was laying at my feet, covered in blood. I had the dumbbell in my hand, and I was just staring at him, down on the ground. Hey!
I killed him. I killed Chihiro. Even after all this time, I'm still just as weak as I've always been. And thanks to that, I did something I can never take back.
Mondo, he was normally so aggressive, so angry. He hid that weak side away from everyone. That was his secret. A weakness like that lived in his heart, and it turned him cold-blooded. God damn it. Look at him! You see? You're all just like him! For a secret from the past, for a memory! For that, he killed another living human in cold blood! He could have got free of his regrets from the outside world. He doesn't know what true strength is. Do you see hope anywhere in there? 'Cause I sure don't. You bastard! Just shut up, you son of a bitch! Go ahead, say that again, I dare you!
Yep.
Okay, I'll say it as many times as I want. Is what I want to say, but... Unfortunately, I can't do that right now because the time for punishing is fast approaching. Punishing? You mean execution?
Well now.
That's what I promised you, right? The blackened that disturbs the peace will be punished.
Ridiculous.
Man, I miss Tribe 9. I'm really sad that game was just a 1-week beta.
Now then, I prepared a very special punishment.
No! Wait! Wait!
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
Yeah!
Sorry, man. I couldn't keep the promise we made. From one man to another.
Gay. Oh, rip. Head pats for Mondo. Jesus. The cage of death. Oh God. Mondo's facing this head on though, eyes wide open. For the most part. Oh Jesus. Yeah, he should have passed out. At some point, at least. That's the nice thing. The blood pressure of all of this would have made him pass out, so he wouldn't have known what was happening after a certain point. Fucking Mondo butter. What was that? I saw some streamers talking about how their chats were talking about human butter. I guess here we are. Laugh at death and your soul will forever be at peace. Definitely one of the weirdest. It was certainly something. I guess it was a joke based on the fact that his hair looked like a potato or like corn. My brother. Another murder. And another execution. I want to feel again. Everyone's lives are taken so lightly here. I feel like I might be going mad. Maybe I'll just let it happen. That is a lot of spit, buddy. As Taka's sad screams invaded our skulls, we were each forced to realize once again. But he, of course, he had to. Oh, the asshole's at it again. What a disappointment. This is the end of the game? Byakuya?
What is this?
You're completely insane, you know that? A game? One of our friends is dead, do you realize that? Of course I do, because this game is life or death.
Hey.
I don't have anything to say to you. I don't have a response except that.
However,
I just don't understand why. Why did you go out of your way to disguise Mondo's crime? Why? Because it made things more interesting. What the fuck? His voice was calm, emotionless. Like the voice of death. It chilled me to the bone. Last night, when the murder took place, I was in the library, as usual.
Honestly.
So you ignore the nighttime rule, too! That rule never mattered to me. I don't recall agreeing to it. There's your motivation. I knew knew it was stupid. But like literally. This is why I was saying, I'm like, is Byakuya secretly suicidal? Because if people didn't catch on and they voted him as the Blackened, like, they all would have died, including him. So it's like,
There is nothing to be done.
well, I don't particularly care. Please continue. The night grew late, and I decided to return to my room, which is when I stumbled upon him. I spotted Mondo coming out of the girls' locker room. After he'd gone, I looked inside and saw the corpse. You mean you actually witnessed the murder? He was such a fool. He didn't have the slightest idea that I'd seen him. Hey, rich weirdo, just because you don't agree to the crazy rules doesn't mean they're not going to be applied to you? Literally. Like, it wasn't a rule that Monokuma set up technically, so it's not like he can be punished, but like, literally, the rule was put in place with the expectation that it's unsafe to wander around at night, and it would be safer to stay in your room at night. Where people can't get to you? But hey.
Well,
So, you're saying you knew who the culprit was from the very beginning? Indeed. What if that had been the end? How boring would that have been? I mean, what a waste of time to have the answer revealed right at the beginning. Sir, how about you play some video games? The reason Squid Games happened is because of rich weirdos like Byakuya. I thought I would liven things up. You did all that to liven things up?
I see.
So, after hearing about Genocide Jack from Toko, you decided to use that to create the fake murder scene? But damn, man, if we hadn't figured out who'd really done it, you would have been dead too, right? Hero speaking some reason! Well, obviously, I would have revealed the truth before it reached that point. Of course. Yeah, but see? Even if you revealed the truth, if people didn't believe you and they still voted you? See, this is his flaw. This is his hubris. He thinks everyone will just go along with what he says because he's obviously so smart and brilliant. But he's just one dude against 10 other people. I could feel his sharp eyes piercing into me. Thanks to a certain remarkable someone, it never did. And I was able to perform an interesting experiment. Well, fuck you. Once I do decide to become Blackened, I know now who I'll have to watch out for. Oh, great. How very nice of you to just say, by the way, I am definitely going to kill someone. Just wait.
Correct.
So that was your reason. Anyone want to smack him? Literally, and I would love to smack him. And yes, Toko is the author with the crazy split personality.
Indeed.
Yes, we're done listening to your story. Moving on.
Hey.
There's something I'd like to ask Monokuma.
What's this?
Oh? I'm up next?
You
like to perform these elaborate executions each time, correct? My question is, why? Do you like them? Not particularly. But you know, this punishment, this despair, it's not just for you. All this punishment, all this despair is my gift to mankind itself.
What?
You're over-exaggerating. I am not over-exaggerating. These punishments are meant to transform all hope to despair.
Ditto.
What do you mean? 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 I do enjoy the part about him testing his competition though. Oh yeah, like it does. It makes perfect sense for his character. I'm just saying, to me, he's very foolish. His ego and his confidence in his abilities and the fact he was raised being told he's the pinnacle of everything is working against him in these situations. Because out in the outside world, the strength of his family name would guarantee all their adults and stuff would go along with whatever he said. But here, he's cut off from society. If he had leaned too hard into this and he had convinced people too well of like the circumstances and like everyone decided to turn on him, like yes, they all would have died, but Byakuya just revealing the truth wouldn't have automatically made people change their mind. Like, they were all ready to throw him out the window. If Makoto didn't say anything, then, like, they all would have died. Arrogance and pride incapable, a dangerous trio to have in abundance? Yes, absolutely. Because, yeah, in normal society, all of this basically guarantees he's safe. Here, cut off from everything, all he's doing is making enemies. And now he's just said he's going to become the Blackened. Like, people are just waiting for him to cross the line now. I don't understand why you have to pick apart every little stupid thing. Well, I mean, I'm sorry. Huh. Whatever. It doesn't matter. In the end, I'm going to stand alone as the victor, and then everything will be revealed to me. How nice of you! Ah, the noble son of a noble family. Truly, you understand me. Like the start of a terrifying friendship. Shut up! I would never stoop to the level of a childish criminal like you. Let me just say this. After I have achieved complete victory, you're up next. They do mention only one person can become the Blackened. Any accomplished does not become Blackened. So yeah, I guess it would be in the nitpicking of who technically dealt the final blow that killed Byakuya. Like, if they all stabbed him one at the same time, whose stab actually dealt the final blow, they would be the Blackened. Is probably how it would go.
In the name of my family.
Your victory is a foregone conclusion? Whoever gets the last punch, basically.
You're getting all riled up.
Oh, so cool! It's like you're the main character of a video game or something. No trash mob for you! I will kill you? Okay, Byakuya. Temper, temper! Sounds like someone needs a nap! Yeah, Byakuya, you're not scaring literally anyone. Monokuma's laughter peeled across the courtroom, and the curtain closed on the case of Chihiro and Mondo. But I knew that wasn't the end. The killing game would still continue, because the mastermind wouldn't let it end. For those of us who were still alive, our worst fear and despair kept on multiplying. It was the kind of despair that felt like a blind puppy in hell. That felt like a blind puppy in hell had more of a future than us. Oh, okay. All of our courage, our effort, our friendship. It felt like it amounted to nothing at all. It was the worst kind of despair.
Well, anyway, like I was
And then you've got the frickin' bear playing Cat's Cradle.
This is a pretty good spot. Yeah, a really good spot. Anyway, isn't it amazing how that girl went and killed someone before things even had a chance to get boring? Once things really get moving, it'll be like a roller coaster. There won't be any stopping it. Fear and despair charge forward at a speed nothing can hope to match. But I must admit, I'm disappointed. I went to all the pain and effort of making you part of the group, and you couldn't play your part. You do remember you were supposed to make the first move, right?
How can he do Cat's Cradle? I don't know. Questions we will never have the answers to, I suppose.
Nothing we can do about it now, so just do your best to make things more exciting from now on, okay? After all, that's what everyone wants to see. As long as you don't want to know my measurements, fire away.
Why would we want to know that? The 16th high school student, I mean.
Ooh, my. You really took me by surprise there. I know I said you could ask anything, but super denied, ultra denied, demonic denied. Because you see, that's my ace in the hole. And nobody'd be dumb enough to reveal that, right? No matter how close they were to their friends.
Alright, poo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Poo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo yourself. Chapter 2, Boy's Life of Despair. The end. Dun dun dun! Surviving students, 10. Cue the ending theme. Oh god, the crazy diamond present? Who are we gonna give that to? I don't want to know. Alright. Whee! Seems like a good place to stop. We usually stop somewhere between 4 and 5 on the weekends anyway. Alright. Oh! I can't remember how many chapters this game has. Let me check. I think it's like 7 or something. Oh, does my version have like the light novel? I'm not sure. I closed the game, but I will check. I feel like it's unlikely the Steam version has that, but you never know. Chapter 4, 5, 7. Okay, so technically there is 6 chapters and an epilogue. So we're about halfway through. Yahoo! Weird mobile research gathering style thing. There is so much stuff apparently. Sleepy, sleepy, sleepy. Time for an actual lunch and some water. Maybe a nap. And then get around to doing more chores. The chores that I wasn't able to do in the morning. Because I was sleepy. Spooky still playing Higurashi. Okay. I will send y'all over to Spooky. Never made a Danganronpa fighting game? True. I mean, the brand's a little dead right now, but maybe one day. Alright, that's gonna be it for me. Tomorrow, I am going to be playing some more Tsukihime at 12 p.m. EST. So I will see you guys then for more Tsukihime. I'd have to check a walkthrough. I'm not sure how close we are to the end of Tsukihime, but I know for streaming regulations, we're only allowed to play Arc's route, so that'll be the end of it. I'll let you guys know what I think of CL's route when I finish it. Considering I forgot to mute the opening in Tsukihime and they immediately flagged my video. I think if I tried to stream CLs, I would get dinged immediately. Steedy Ray, thank you for posting that, Zon. Okay. Oh boy. Oh yeah. Like, I had to edit that stuff out of the VOD so my channel wouldn't actually get a strike. So yeah. Don't fuck with the Japanese corporations. They take the shit so seriously compared to like the US devs and stuff. Alrighty though, that's it from me. I will see you guys tomorrow. I am gonna send you off to Spooky. So, that's it from me. If it's daytime where you are, have a wonderful rest of your day. And if it's nighttime, have a great rest when you head on off to bed. And remember, take care of yourself, and also, in the Discord, we're going to be starting a new watch-along tomorrow night. Check the Discord if you want some more details. We're going to be watching Girls Band Cry. So for now, that's it for me. Wash your face, brush your teeth, eat good food, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye! Bye-bye! Thanks, Zon! Alright.